The gallery and those on the floor will please rise or be led in prayer by the senator from Tucker. Please remain standing after the prayer as the senator from Wood leads us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning humbly, Lord, with open hearts and open mind, Lord. We want to thank you for the many, many blessings you've bestowed upon us as a nation, as a state, as an individual, Lord. We just thank you for being such a loving and caring God for us, Lord. We just ask that you be with us as legislators and open our hearts and open our minds that we heed to your word, Lord, and do what is best for the citizens of the state of West Virginia. Lord, that we continue to strive to do your will. Lord, we just ask that you just give us guidance as we partake in this journey of ours, and just forgive us where we have failed you, Lord, and just lead, guide, and direct us and protect us. And these favors and blessings we ask in Jesus' most precious and holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
In the
Senator
Pledge of
Wood.
Allegiance, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the journal.
West Virginia Legislature Senate Journal, March 9th, 2021. The Senate met at 11 a.m. Senator Blair, Mr. President, in the chair.
Senator from Brooke requests unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and the journal be approved. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Further reading of the journal is dispensed with and the journal is approved. Introduction of guest, Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it is your pleasure and mine to introduce our docket of the day. Today with us, we have Dr. Wasim Cotter in the rear of the chamber. If he wouldn't mind standing, let the Senate give you a warm welcome.
Further introductions. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. In the rear gallery, we have Bill Barr here today. He's Vice President of Safety and Compliance with Amherst Madison here in Kanawha County. They employ over 350 people, of which over 250 are here in West Virginia, and they're our largest river navigable company, and he's here to see our resolution later. Please welcome him.
Further introductions. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to proceed to the 7th order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 19, naming U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Elson M. Kuhn Memorial Bridge.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 20, supporting and celebrating centennial anniversary of Jones Act.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Military.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 21, naming the U.S. Army Sergeant Charles L. Toppings Memorial Road.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Senate Resolution 17, memorializing Patrolman Cassie Marie Johnson.
Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 17, memorializing the life of Patrolman Cassie Marie Johnson, daughter, sister, pet mother, hero to her community, and dedicated public servant.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that we begin this discussion with a moment of silence in honor of Cassie Johnson.
Granted. All please rise. Thank you. Junior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This resolution memorializes and celebrates the life of Patrolman Cassie Maria Johnson. She gave her life to her community and city that she loved so dear on December the 3rd, 2020. She reached that rarefied air in her service to her community of becoming the best of us and sacrificing herself for the betterment of everyone she loved. From what I can tell, and speaking to her family and those that knew her well, including a good friend of ours, Kevin Baker, who is city attorney, Cassie Johnson, before she became a patrolman, worked worked as a humane officer. And there, Kevin Baker tells me that she was the best. She gave everything and all her time to protect animals in the area from torture and from death. She actually passed up on a cruise in order to make a hearing to do her job. That commitment and dedication transferred to the Charleston Police Department on January the 11th, 2019, when she became an officer. At that time that she was sworn in, she was interviewed, and she said this: "It's been a dream of mine, and I'm happy to see it come true. I've been working extremely hard over the last year to get ready for it. I'm really happy to finally get to follow my dreams in working for the Charleston Police Department." Again, by her comments, even before her actions, she is and was the best of us. She loved her community, the city of Charleston, her family, her friends, and did everything she could to protect them. And I always find it hard, personally, and I'm sure everyone else does, when someone this young, regardless of the circumstances, loses their life when they're just about to reach their full potential and all the good acts they can do. And that's what makes this tragic. That's what breaks my heart. And I'm sure it breaks the heart of many others. The only thing that comforts me is that her example of bravery, courage, and heroism has gone the world around. An example of that is, I spoke to her family just a few moments ago, and they talked about how there are people in India recognizing her example. Her sacrifice reminds us that we can be better. So not only is she an example to everyone around the world, but her example reminds us that we can be better. I take comfort in that. It reminds us that there is still good work to be done, that it's incumbent upon us to continue her good acts in the community she loved. And it reminds us that if we dedicate ourselves to those good acts half as much as she did, then we can make our community, our family, and our city a better place. I urge full adoption of the resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Patrolman Cassie Johnson was everything that we would wish our children to be. Ambitious to make her mark in life with a great dedication to her calling. Patrolman Johnson was just starting her career as an officer with the Charleston Police Department. She worked hard to get there. First serving as a city humane officer, rescuing animals who needed someone to protect them. She had prepared mentally and physically to be an officer, In the many stories after her passing, Cassie's friends remembered how she loved to make others laugh. As a child and an adult, Cassie knew loneliness and difficulty. Life could have made it hard for her or taken her down the wrong path. Instead, it gave her great understanding for people in pain, and animals that she loved. It was a trait that made her great at her lifelong dream to be a police officer for her beloved city of Charleston. Cassie Johnson was only 28 years old when she was killed. A precious life gone far too soon. Patrolman Cassie Johnson was an extraordinary brave. She gave to others with her last breath. May her friends and family find comfort as we honor Cassie Marie Johnson, Unit 146 today. And may we hold close her memory by living our lives with joy and compassion. And if I may, Mr. President, may I turn to say thank you. She was an extraordinary person that gave her life to be a public servant, and she will be missed. Thank you, Mr. President, and I request adoption of the resolution.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Logan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did not know Cassie, but I did reach out to her mother. And by the way, her mother's in the rear gallery. If everybody would give her a wave, a thank you for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a mask made and put it on your desk, Unit 146. But also, I wanted you to keep that mask, take it back to your office, and look at it every day. Along with it, I want you to look at my bill, SB 572, the Patrolman Cassie Marie Johnson Memorial Act. I asked her mother for permission to name the death penalty, to reinstate the death penalty in her honor. Ladies and gentlemen, our first responders is so important to us. We have to watch our law enforcement, our firemen, and every other officer that's out there doing anything. So if the House or the chamber would recognize Miss Johnson, if she could possibly stand. I know she's in a wheelchair, but if we could just see her hand. We love you, and I know you got Logan County ties, and that's what made Cassie so daggone tough. I sure appreciate you coming, and thank you for letting me name my bill after her. Thank you very much.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just request unanimous consent that the comments by our senators from the junior, the 8th, the senior from the 8th, and Logan be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. So the question before the Senate is the adoption of resolution, Senate Resolution 17. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. Less than a majority of those present or more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare Senate Resolution 17 adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to return to the third order of business.
Is there objection? The chair hears none. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of House Bill 2906 relating to the School Building Authority's allocation of money.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education. Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration Senate Bill 346, authorizing DMV use electronic means when providing notice for licensees and vehicle owners, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles H. Clements, Chair.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 472, updating criteria for regulating certain occupations and professions, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration Senate Bill 489, returning refundable exemption for road construction contractors to State Road Fund, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Charles H. Clements, Chair.
The report will be received, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 523, correcting improper code references, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration Senate Bill 529, correcting improper citation relating to DMV registration, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles H. Clements, Chair.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration Senate Resolution 16, amending Senate Rule 14 relating to introduction of concurrent resolutions, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair ex officio.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2006 relating to the West Virginia Contractor Licensing Act, and has amended same, and engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2011 eliminating anytime requirements for part-time personnel to work during a working year, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2013 relating to the Hope Scholarship Program, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
The report will be received, and under the original double committee reference, the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2263, update the regulation of pharmacy benefit managers, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
The report will be received. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that Senate Bill 609 through Senate Bill 620 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that Senate Bill 609 through Senate Bill 620 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 22 by Senator Roberts, naming the Raymond Gerald Jr. Memorial Road.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 18 by Senator Hamilton, congratulating Pocahontas County on its bicentennial.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day. Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to return to the fourth order of business.
Is there objection? The chair hears none. Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 621, originating in committee, relating to covenants not to compete between physicians, physician assistants, or advanced practice registered nurses and employers, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
The report will be received. Unfinished business.
There is none.
Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 466, relating generally to appraisal management companies. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 466 amends the definition of appraisal management company and makes other changes to current code to conform West Virginia law concerning appraisal management companies with national standards with which the Real Estate Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board must comply. The bill also makes clarifying and technical changes to provisions in code regarding real estate appraisers and appraising management companies. The bill was introduced at the request of the Real Estate Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. I'll entertain questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Who am I missing? Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 475, dedicating certain fees collected by Division of Labor to General Revenue Fund. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would remove fees charged by the Division of, this bill would move fees charged by the Division of Labor out of special revenue and into general revenue. Fees and funds that have been, mask keeps getting in my lips here. Fees and funds that have some federal restrictions placed on them would be exempted from the transfer. The effect of this move would be that the Division of Labor would have to seek an appropriation from the legislature in general revenue funds instead of spending authority to use the special revenue funds generated from fees. This would be effective July 1st, 2022, making the change occur in the 2023 fiscal year. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator yield for a couple
Senator
questions?
from the Senior Senator from the 4th yield. Senator yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. So this bill, as it is right now, it's pretty different than it was when it first came to the Finance Committee. Is that right? Can you walk us through how it has changed?
I think I can. Yeah, there's a mic. Okay, I was waiting for my mic. Certainly. So the bill as it came in had the agencies that are under commerce that operate under special revenues were the bill considered moving each of those into the general revenue budget, their fees, shifting that money that is special revenue. So special revenue comes from permits, things like that. Their fines already come into special revenue, into general revenue. Their fees do not, though. So on the fees process, what happens in those agencies is that they'll go in through the rules process, and if they want to adjust fees for one way or another, it'll go in for it would go into for rules committee through interims, and then come in as in a rules bundle to adjust those fees, and sometimes be broken out, sometimes not. Originally, the ones that were in that bill entirely were the Division of Forestry, Division of Natural Resources, Division of Labor, and the Department of Environmental Protection. And so that was then brought down to just the Division of Labor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, that's my understanding as well. What I don't understand is why just the division of labor? You know, it was initially broader. Now it's just the division of labor. So why are we just making this change to this one agency?
Certainly. So the intent of the bill as it would come through was to go and have a much more open and debated process on these special revenues and how they're spent. So as we got through, it looked like as we have difficulty with several of the agencies, but not all of them. So we came back in and looked and brought it down to the one that there was consensus on to bring them into there.
Okay, so you said I think you used the word trouble. There was some trouble.
Yeah, I believe that when we were in the committee and with having every agency within Commerce in there was some concern over having one or the other or all of them. And so as seeing that, we recessed, we came back afterwards and handled it and moved it down and amended it down to just the division of labor, which is a much smaller amount of money that moves over to do this. So it's more of about $5 million, and some of the others were much larger budgets.
Okay, I'm just still not clear on why them and nobody else.
Because this was the will of the committee, is what it would accept. Just like any other bill that goes through a committee, it'll amend or back and forth. So the vice chairman made the amendment to bring it down to just the division of labor, and doing so, and that's probably because of the look at the bill is that the other departments were having difficulty getting that through.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about the money then, because I think I heard you mention some figures. I didn't see a fiscal note on this, but surely there is a fiscal impact. How much money are we talking about? Did I hear you say it was about $5 million?
Actually, yeah, this goes into the fiscal 2023 budget. So, so there is no fiscal note on that for this year, but it's their special revenue is about. Yeah, I mean for this year it's revenue neutral, and it's actually revenue neutral overall as well.
Well, I don't understand how it's revenue neutral. I mean, we're essentially taking some of their funding and saying we're going to give it back to you in general revenue, so we're going to have to come up with that funding to give it back to them.
So that's right. You give the money's going from one hand to the other and going right back into that same hand based on the legislature going through the normal budgeting process. Before that, it just went through the rules process.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. What would that fiscal impact be? How much money are we talking about?
Well, we are talking about no money this year.
Right, but when the bill's made effective.
So once it's made effective, their special revenues, if I recall, are about $5 million.
About $5 million.
Yeah, I don't know the exact, but it's in that ballpark.
Okay. What sort of things do they do with these funds?
So, yeah, just like any other agency, when they have their fees that come in, as they collect those fees, they pay their salaries, they pay for the operations of the agency and those type of things.
Okay, like enforcement of the Jobs Act, that falls under Division of Labor, I believe. Is that correct?
So any staffing or resources are required operates off those fees.
Okay. I understand that is part of it, and for Jobs Act, for example, it's about $73,000 a year. We debated a bill yesterday about the Jobs Act. So if they're spending $73,000 a year, that's maybe one employee, maybe two employees that are now responsible for information the public can't get, only they can get, and it's only one or two people looking at all the information for the whole state, and now they're going to have to actually come and ask for that money to fund those positions every year. Is that right?
Certainly. What they do is they'll bring their budget to the governor, just like the rest of the agencies, and say, so this is what we feel like we need to operate for the year, Governor. The governor's going to go through, present a budget to the legislature. We, as the legislature, then will review that budget, go back and make amendments to that budget relative to what the legislature thinks the needs are, appropriate the funds as we deem appropriate as a body.
Understood. So back to my original question, why are we treating them differently than everybody else?
Well, these are special revenues, and one of the things that we see that for the ones that are special revenues, it's not necessarily as transparent as the rest of the budgeting process. And the reason is because what happens within those, you can, and I'm not accusing this individual agency of doing this, you can get little fiefdoms where their fees, they can go and generate fees, we need more fees, we need more fees, to go in and then justify whatever operations they're doing. It goes through a rules committee, and then that rules committee then submits it with, you've seen some of the bundles. The bundles come in, they're huge.
Yes, sir. I serve on the rulemaking review committee.
So you're familiar with that then?
I do.
So as that comes through, those are huge. What we do within the normal budgeting process, the legislature, is that anything that's in general revenue, they're coming in and presenting a report to this finance committee, and if the other finance committee across the hall also wants to see that report, they're going to go through that entire budget presentation in front of the finance committee. Finance committee is going to go in and see if they have questions relative to how they're using that revenue and if the revenues are justified. So this just gives more transparency into those type of agencies. Personally, I would have preferred to have all of them. That was not the will of the committee.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part. I heard personally, and then I know these masks are tight.
Yeah, I know.
Hard.
I'm sorry. This is a multi-layered mask, and the inner layer keeps getting pulled into my mouth there.
So I heard personally, but then I didn't hear the rest.
Yeah, so personally, I said I would have been okay with pulling each of the agencies in, but that's not the will of the committee because I think it's a much more thorough process to see how those revenues are used, because essentially a fee ends up as a tax. And so on the people who are using that service. And I believe that the more that we can look at that, the better.
So do you view this as a first step, test run, a pilot program?
Personally, as far as I'm concerned, I think it's something that will give us valuable information as we move forward.
Thank you, sir. May I speak to the bill? Thank you, Mr. President. You know, this bill started out addressing several agencies. It sounds like it's the will of the senator, who's the chairman, that we do this more broadly. But this bill is, as it stands now, is targeted to one agency. And I think we need to be very careful about what we're doing moving forward by just addressing one agency in a bill that was initially about others, and maybe it looks like the intent is a test run to changing the way we do our finances in state government with special revenue and general revenue very broadly. That's a conversation I know that's gone on for a long time here, and it's probably a good conversation that should continue. But I'm not sure that we're doing the right thing by taking this step at this time only affecting one agency. And I haven't heard a clear answer about why we're only doing this with the Department of Labor and nobody else. So for that reason, out of caution, I would urge that we vote against at this point. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was good anticipation. I hope the hypocrisy of this bill is not lost on anybody. Yesterday, we sat here and debated a bill that removed from public oversight the payrolls of contractors who were spending our public dollars in the millions, tens of millions of dollars, from public scrutiny. No longer would the public be able to review those payrolls and bring to the attention to the proper authority, in this case, Department of Labor, companies that were not doing what they should do under the law. Just in the last 3 years, we reviewed 3 companies that had stolen from West Virginia millions of dollars in taxes that they should have been paying over to us that could go to our budget to help us fund important programs. To underbid, to be able to underbid our local contractors because they knew they wouldn't be paying over those taxes and therefore taking jobs from West Virginians.
Which point, Senator?
Are we addressing 475 or another bill?
Absolutely, Mr. President. If I can't make a point, I have a problem with the Senate. I'm making a point, sir. The chairman from the 9th District defended that bill to protect confidential information of the employers. But it went much further than that. It actually hides what the companies are doing with our tax dollars. It hides companies that are stealing West Virginia taxes. It hides from public view companies that are stealing West Virginia jobs. Now, the defense of that was that the Department of Labor would be watching for us. even though it had not in the past, with its full budget, had not in the past. Now we have this bill that is being brought before us in the name of transparency, which to me is simply a way to gain control over this one department, this one agency, because there's no other agencies in here. Maybe there were at one time, but clearly we did not think the transparency demanded the review of the revenues collected by those agencies for everybody else that was in it. Now it's the Department of Labor alone, the one department, the one agency that we're going to count on to catch those bad actors who are spending and stealing our tax dollars. Why do we need to take control of the fees collected from this one agency? Why are we making its budget a political ping pong ball to try to reduce when we think they've gone too far or scrutinizing too much, after we've taken away the public's review of the same records we now count on this agency to keep track of? Mr. President, I urge a no vote on this bill. I think it's misplaced. I think it's a blatant power grab. I think it's ego run amok, and I urge a no vote, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senator from Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the finance chairman yield?
Will the senator yield? Senator yields.
Certainly.
When the Department of Labor was before our committee, did they not say that they didn't have enough money to upgrade the Weights and Measures Division?
They did. Yeah, one of the things that was brought up is that in going through the appropriations process, instead of putting a supplemental every year out for something that is ongoing expenses, so getting one-time money, going through the budgeting process, it may add some stability.
Well, if we put them under general revenue, doesn't this mean they can have an increase in funds? This doesn't mean we're going to decrease their funds, does it?
That it does not guarantee an increase or decrease. It guaretees a review, in which then we can appropriate.
If they needed money for something like the upgrade of the Weights and Measures Department, that could come through general revenue, and their budget would be under review by the governor and the legislature.
It very well could, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Marion.
I'll continue to yield.
Gentleman yield. Senator yields.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I have a couple questions. In your discussions with the Department of Labor, were they supportive of this measure?
In the committee?
Yes.
They were fairly indifferent in committee.
They were fairly what?
Indifferent.
Indifferent, okay. Well, you said to the minority leader that this was the will of the committee. I certainly understand that, but in your committee discussions, did you find any wrongdoings that the division was doing with this money?
No, and Senator, that's a great question. So one of the things that on agencies that operate entirely off special revenue, it's a lot harder to see that. So in that process, when something is in the general revenue side of it, and I have no idea if they're doing extremely well or they're doing poorly. And as one of the things that when we start getting into the budget process, those questions get more and more and more in depth going through the process. So as we look at agencies that operate off special revenue, it gives a lot better chance to take a look at those type things.
But you said the fines, correct me if I'm wrong, fines that are assessed go into the general revenue budget. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And the purpose of that, I believe, Mr. Chairman, is to make sure they don't just start fining folks so their budget explodes. Is that correct? I mean, I think that's the theory behind that.
Not necessarily so that their budget explodes, it's so that they're not incentivized to finance theirs through fines.
I think we said the same thing, but that's what I meant. That's exactly right. So we agree on that. But, you know, Mr. Chairman, I find it hard to comprehend, and maybe you can make it a little more clear to me, why just this agency? I mean, you said you reviewed 4 or 5, but all, you know, out of the blue, let's do Division of Labor. I just don't understand. Can you explain to me why that was the will of the committee and what moved that to where we're at today?
So out of the blue, and when you're saying out of the blue, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about when you say out of the blue. But as far as what was initially brought in with each of those departments, the amount of money was significant, and we did have some of those that came forward that have concerns that if it was brought over into general revenue, of how things may or may not be placed at risk. There were some committee members that expressed those same concerns that did not have those concerns with the Division of Labor. So Division of Labor was the one that they were willing to move forward with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speak to the bill.
Proceed.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I urge caution here. Something really smells bad with this. We're talking about $3 million that is used to enforce a lot of licenses that are brought in by licenses and enforce the bad actors out there. I just don't see why the Division of Labor seems to be targeted. And I'm sorry, I feel that way. I don't want to point the finger at anybody, but I got to wonder if this was the West Virginia Division of Business, would this have been done? Was it done because these enforce wrongdoers out there in the construction world that try to make safe buildings for us and enforce safety on the job? And people trying to avoid taxes in West Virginia? It smells bad, Mr. President. It smells extremely bad. I urge us to vote no, and let's take a thorough review of what's going on here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 475. I view it as a minor step in the correct direction. We are not far removed, Mr. President, from significant fiscal crisis in this state. Many of us here can remember when we had difficulty constructing and passing a budget. It occurred to me at the time and many others that one of the problems we face is that throughout our entire state code, the previous legislatures have established hundreds, literally hundreds, of special revenue accounts and operations. And it makes it, under Article 6 of the Constitution, the legislature has the authority and responsibility to manage the state's budget. And I would favor moving every special revenue account that we can to general revenue. I think that'll make us I think it'll make the fiscal operation of state government more accountable to the people. I realize that this bill apparently only addresses one agency, but it's a step in the right direction. And you can look throughout the state government. I realize this may be off the subject of the bill, but even the constitutional offices, Mr. President, our Secretary of State, Treasurer, Auditor, Attorney General, have enormous special revenue accounts that I think the appropriate way for the government to manage would be that those funds be collected into general revenue and managed by the legislature. And so I think this is a step in the right direction. I don't presume any sinister motive because it's only one agency. I think it's the right thing to do, and I think we should be doing more of it. So I urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion. Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've heard several of my colleagues say that they'd actually like to expand the scope of this reform that's about to happen. If it's the will of the body, we could lay the bill over until another day and expand the scope and amend this to the will of the body. It sounds like what we've got before us is not actually what we want to do. So I just mention that in case that's something that somebody wants to pursue based on the comments we've heard today. Thank you.
Further discussion. Before I recognize the senior senator from the 4th for to close debate.
I recognize, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've had this in committee, and we went through it several times, and two times actually. So we went in, had discussed this bill in committee, and came back and discussed it again. So I don't think it needs to go back into committee. I do agree, though, with some of the remarks of senators that it would be more responsible for us to have the special revenue accounts that go through this state controlled by the legislative body instead of having them controlled by the bureaucracy that we appoint. There's nothing sinister about this. As you get in and you start looking at the budget that we are charged to oversee for the people of West Virginia, we have one constitutional mandate when we come in here, and that is to pass a balanced budget for the people of West Virginia. What happens that we see as you start going through the budgeting process is that we start looking for ways to fund agencies that operate off of special revenue, which are the fees that they produce, with a lot of one-time money for recurring expense. And doing that time after again does not seem to be a way that anybody would manage any other of their fiscal affairs. You plan for things that happen. You account for money that comes in consistently for expenses that are needed on a consistent basis. Many of our special revenue funded agencies do not operate that way. They come in asking for millions to help them with one-time money, if we have it, at the end of a budgeting process, to help keep their agency afloat. It's not a good way to do budgeting. This is certainly a small bite at an apple. I would agree with that. But also, I think it helps for those who have some concern about large change. It's a way to look at it with relatively small numbers over our entire budget to go in and see that that process, given more transparency, given more oversight of the legislature, is a better process for handling that in the overall budgeting process. Urge adoption.
Question is on shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 20 yeas, 13 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 517 relating to sunset provisions of legislative rules. Third reading of the bill.
Question is of passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 517 is an interim bill recommended by the Legislative Rulemaking Review Committee. The bill revises a sunset provision for rules to make them sunset on July 1st of the 5th year following their promulgation. Currently, rules sunset 5 years after their effective date. The bill is intended to alleviate situations where a rule might sunset before authorizing legislation can be passed and become effective. The problem becomes particularly acute in sessions following a gubernatorial election, such as this session and in 2025. I'll entertain questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk shall close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill may be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? The chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2001 relating generally to creating the West Virginia Jumpstart Savings Program. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2001 establishes the West Virginia Jumpstart Savings Program. It requires the program to be administered by a board consisting of 7 members. It requires the board to establish the Jumpstart Savings Trust Fund to receive all money from account owners or from any other source. It establishes the Jumpstart Savings Program Expense Fund. It allows the board to implement the program to the use of financial organizations as account depositories and managers. It requires that in order to open a Jumpstart Savings account, an account owner must provide all information required by the treasurer, make a minimum opening deposit of $25, and name a single person as the designated beneficiary. It requires the treasurer to deposit $100 from the Jumpstart Savings Expense Fund into the newly opened Jumpstart Savings account if certain conditions are met. It sets forth the following as qualified expenses: the purchase of tools, equipment, or supplies by the beneficiary to be used in certain occupations or professions, fees for required certification and licensure to practice certain trades or occupations in this state, and costs incurred by the beneficiary that are necessary to establish a business in this state in which the beneficiary will practice certain occupations or professions when the costs are exclusively incurred and paid for the purpose of establishing and operating the business. I'm happy to answer any questions, but this bill simply starts a program that allows individuals and families to save money for future costs like tools, equipment, and business startup expenses in the state of West Virginia. I support and urge adoption.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on Education moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 314, regulating pawnbrokers. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Bills on first reading. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that all bills on I request unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered read a first time and advanced to second reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Introduction of guest. Remarks by members. Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to take a couple of minutes to read from our West Virginia Constitution, 322, right to keep and bear arms. A person has the right to keep and bear arms for their defense of self, family, home, and state. Now, if we in this group arbitrarily would decide to violate that fundamental constitutional right granted by our West Virginia Constitution, I can't imagine what chaos would ensue. Now, just above that, a few lines, is 316 of the West Virginia Constitution. Let me read that. The right of the people to assemble in a peaceful manner and to instruct their representatives shall be held inviolate. What does inviolate mean? It's pure, not violated. And yet, Mr. President, as we sit here today, we violate the Constitution of West Virginia by locking the doors of this building. I walked in this morning, the building is closed. I saw the sign. We're violating the constitutional rights of every citizen of this state. Is it going to take a lawsuit to open this place up? The lobbyists are certainly here. They're crawling around the halls like cockroaches. Why aren't our people allowed in here? The bars are open. Morgantown bars had 300 people in the same bar waiting, either in or waiting to get in. And my constituents can't enter this building? That's outrageous. It's unconstitutional. I call on each one of our members. I call on you, Mr. President. Open up the doors of the people's house.
Further remarks. Senator from Wood.
Thank you, Mr. President. The good words of the senator from Cabell, I hope, will encourage many to step further in my direction and call on the governor not just to open the doors of the Capitol, to end this confiscatory, absurd mask mandate. I just want to make a couple further points about the mask itself. In terms of, is it good or bad? Is it healthy or not healthy? Are we actually, by mandating the mask, not we, but the governor, who has actually opened up a little bit more and made some good decisions in terms of allowing us to exercise our constitutional rights that we already had that he didn't think we should have. But as I'll say in a minute, the Constitution gives us freedoms whether in war, famine, or any time. So let me just go down a little list here. No peer-reviewed study, I said this the other day, no peer-reviewed study, there is no peer-reviewed study that says masks work. There's no biological history of masking until the current era. The consequences to our health are yet unknown. If mask fibers are detached or debris in masks from manufacturing, packaging, handling, whatever, the debris can not only enter the airway, but also enter deep lung tissue, potentially with potentially pathological consequences of foreign bodies in the lungs. Research has overwhelmingly shown that there is no significant evidence of benefits of masks and that there are well-established risks. According to OSHA, the optimal range of oxygen for humans is between 19.5 and 23.5%. Anything less than 19.5% is quote unquote not safe for humans. Inside of a mask, the percentage of oxygen is 17.4%. There is not clear scientific and clinical basis for wearing masks as a protective strategy because they restrict breathing. They can cause hypoxemia, hypercapnia, and they can increase the risk for respiratory complications. It has been established, Mr. President, that there are adverse effects of wearing the mask that are psychological, physiological, and have health effects. Lastly on the list, the virus of the coronavirus is 1,000 times smaller than the thread diameter in a face mask. If I could just make one last point in terms of the Constitution being effective at all times and all places. It is universal, it is objective, and it transcends all other laws. The Supreme Court said in Ex parte Milligan, 1866, the Constitution of the United States is a law for rulers and people, equally in war and in peace, and covers with the shield of its protection all classes of men at all times and under all circumstances. That, Mr. Governor, includes war or pandemic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further remarks. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This week we are recognizing the great work of those who are involved in the fight against domestic violence. And I just want to take a moment to recognize those individuals. We have 14 licensed domestic violence shelters across the state. They provide 24/7 crisis intervention services to anyone who finds themselves in that situation in all of our counties. They provide 55,000 shelter nights, last year 117,000 service hours, and over 12,000 volunteer hours. And so it's important that we pause for a moment, recognize the good work they do, not only the advocates, but also the law enforcement officers and the prosecutors who work alongside of them. I've been working with them, Mr. President, in one way or another since 1997 when I was myself a domestic violence prosecutor, so I saw firsthand the good work that these individuals do. I'm now a member of the Coalition Against Domestic Violence Executive Board, the statewide board that oversees all of the good work that's done, and so I get to, on a regular basis, be reminded of the important work that they're doing. Collectively, these people are working to change the culture in West Virginia that surrounds domestic violence and sexual assault. And they provide support to victims at all hours of the day, as I said. They're also working with prevention programming, and that means they are talking to young people about unhealthy relationships. They're talking about sexual assault. They're talking about consent. They're talking about the importance of bystander intervention. These people do all of that and more each and every day. And with the technology and its expansion playing such an important role in the lives of everyone, the problem has gotten even more complicated and even more difficult to manage, yet these individuals do it each and every day. And so I would just like to remind all of us of what the role is of this legislature and of this Senate, and it's to continue to pass laws that keep up with our changing world, to continue to pass laws that hold offenders accountable, and to provide the funding necessary to support the important efforts of domestic violence advocates across the state. And I would ask all members of this body to join me in that effort. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further remarks? Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, Mr. President, just briefly, I want to thank the senator from Logan for providing these masks that recognize the unit that Cassie Johnson was part of, 146. He's discussed this with me for weeks. He took the initiative. He ordered them. He paid for them. He made sure they were here on time, which just speaks to his dedication to the resolution and her memory. And I just want to recognize that. Thank you.
Further remarks? Miscellaneous business. Junior Senator from the 17th, or Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that a leave of absence be granted to our senator from Randolph.
Are there announcements? Excuse me, is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Are there announcements?
Senior Senator.
Senior Senator from the 5th.
Request unanimous consent that the remarks by the senator from Cabell be printed in appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Senior Senator from the 17th. Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move for unanimous consent that the remarks of the gentleman from Ohio be included in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? So ordered. Any further remarks? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Are there announcements? Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Judiciary will meet today at 3:00 p.m. in the Judiciary Committee Room in the West Wing.
Further announcements? Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Finance will meet today at 3 p.m. in 451M, and we will meet tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. in 451M.
Other announcements? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow? All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate adjourned.
The House will please be in order. Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber at this time. Members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer today by the gentleman of the 53rd, Delegate Jennings.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for all the many blessings that you've given to all of us here and the wisdom to come down and represent our people. But today is a special day, and I ask that you would thank you for a special person. Cassie Johnson was a police officer, and we would like to recognize her, for there is no better friend than one that's willing to lay down her life. And I hope that you will especially comfort her family today. And as we go through this day, let us all think about that. Dear Heavenly Father, watch over us, give us the wisdom to make the right decisions here. And once again, we thank you for giving us this beautiful state and the beautiful and wonderful people of West Virginia. And we thank you for all first responders in our service personnel. And we thank you for the heart that you've given them, that they're willing to give of themselves to help other people. We thank you once again. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
All members and guests, please remain standing. We'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman of 37th, Delegate Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please join me in honoring our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Tuesday, March 9th, 2021.
Gentleman of the 9th, Delegate Kimes is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as if having been read.
Gentleman of the 9th, ask unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? There are no objections. Introduction of guests. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our doctor of the day, Dr. Wasim Cotter from Huntington. If you would please make him feel welcome.
Report to standing committees.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration House Bill 2702 to require all public high school students to complete and submit a free application for federal student aid, FAFSA, prior to graduation. Reports back committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
Report to be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration House Bill 2785 relating to public school enrollment for students from out of state. Reports back to committee substitute, therefore, with recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
Report to be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 2688, allow county political parties to have building funds in a similar manner that state parties are allowed, and House Bill 2972, allowing a person to manufacture a stated amount of alcoholic liquor for personal consumption. Reports back committee substitutes, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitutes each do pass.
Report to be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration House Bill 2969 to clarify the procedures for the sale and operation of a municipally owned toll bridge by a private toll transportation facility. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass.
Report to be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration House Bill 2705 authorizing the Department of Health and Human Resources to promulgate a legislative rule relating to food establishments. Reports back committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
Report to be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration House Bill 2834, adding the curator of the West Virginia Division of Arts, Culture, and History as an ex officio voting member of the commission. Reports back committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
Report to be received.
Originating in the Committee on Government Organization is House Bill 3058, relating to the General Revenue Fund. It's reported with the recommendation that it do pass.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 2573 relating generally to the transparency and accountability of state grants to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse. Reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended, that it be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Finances had under consideration House Bill 2496 relating to assessments of real property. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Finances had under consideration House Bill 2797 declaring certain claims to be moral obligations of the state. Reports back Committee Substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the Committee Substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure has had under consideration House Bill 2597 prohibiting the county airport authorities from making or adopting rules prohibiting possession of firearms in public. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure has had under consideration House Bill 2053 authorizing the DMV to issue certain vital records in the custody of the state registrar. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Originating in the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure is House Bill 3030 relating to gross weight limitations and road restrictions in Greenbrier and Pocahontas counties. It's reported with the recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure has had under consideration House Bill 2043 authorizing the West Virginia Tourism Office to enter into an agreement with the Division of Highways to provide staff at the Welcome Centers. Reported with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended, that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Energy and Manufacturing has had under consideration House Bill 2581 providing for the valuation of natural resources property and an alternate method of appeal of proposed valuation of natural resources property. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Originating in the Committee on Health and Human Resources is House Concurrent Resolution 35 requesting the Department of Health and Human Resources to continuously evaluate the child welfare system. Reported with recommendation that it be adopted.
The report will be received. The report of the Committee on Health and Human Resources on HCR 35 will be received. The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules. Next report.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 2965 requiring PEIA, Medicaid, and other health insurance providers to cover treatment of pediatric autoimmune neuropsychotic disorders. Reported with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended, that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 2877, expand direct health care agreements beyond primary care to include more medical care services. Reports back Committee Substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the Committee Substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration House Bill 2631, provide for WVDNR officers to be able to work off-duty. Reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration House Bill 2823, exempting buildings or structures utilized exclusively for agricultural purposes from the provisions of the State Building Code. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration House Bill 2773, permitting DNR to issue up to 100 permits for boats greater than 10 horsepower on Upper Mud River Lake. Reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended, that it be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The report will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization. Are there further reports of standing committees? If not, reports of select committees. Message from the Executive. Message from the Senate.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendments and changed the effective date on Senate Bill 372, providing greater discretion to the West Virginia Board of Medicine to approve graduate clinical training.
The message to be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the lady's motion that Senate Bill 372 be made effective from passage. Those in favor of that motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 100 ayes and 0 nays. Two-thirds of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 39, prohibiting insurance coverage from requiring prior authorization for tests to stage cancer.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources, then the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 334, establishing license application process for needle exchange programs.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources, then the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 339, expanding types of agricultural operations that are protected from nuisance and other legal actions.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, then the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 344, relating to credit for qualified rehabilitated buildings investment.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 370, requiring certain documents that contain wage records to be considered confidential.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Workforce Development, then the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 383, relating to exempting certain organizations from property taxation.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 439, allowing use or non-use of safety belt as admissible evidence in civil actions.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 456, relating to natural resources police officers retirement system.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Pensions and Retirement, then the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 460, relating to Deputy Sheriff Retirement System Act.
Message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Pensions and Retirement, then the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 467, relating to West Virginia Municipal Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement System.
Message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Pensions and Retirement, then the Committee on Finance. Resolutions, petitions.
Delegates Pushkin, Young, Hansen, and Rowe present a petition signed by 755 residents of West Virginia urging the legislature to reject House Bill 2598, altering the definition of an above-ground storage tank with
The petition will be received. The petition will be referred to the Committee on Energy. Are there further petitions? If not, motions. Bills introduced.
House Bill 3031, authorizing civil damages for any person who is subject to an intentionally false report made to law enforcement.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with and that each bill be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the delegate console system.
Lady in the 49th asks unanimous consent that the further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with and that each bill be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the delegate console system. Are there objections? There are no objections. Unfinished business. Bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 216, authorizing Department of Commerce to promulgate legislative rules.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. The gentleman of the 35th Delegate Capito to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everybody. Buckle up. First rules bundle coming at you here. This is a rules bundle that comes to us from the Department of Commerce, and it contains several rules which I will go through the top line of and be happy to take questions. The first rule is 145 CSR 16, comes to us from the Development Office and deals with tourism development districts. The next rule is 42 CSR 3, which deals with steam boilers. The proposed rule amends and updates the current steam boiler inspection rule, which has not been through an update since 1945. Next rule is 56 CSR 08, dealing with the Office of Mine Health, Safety, and Training, and dealing with the safety programs set in place thereunder. Next rule is 58 CSR 36, which adds a sunset provision to a Division of Natural Resources rule. Division of Natural Resources Rule 58 CSR 46 deals with the definition of bait. The Division of Natural Resources 58 CSR 50 deals with deer hunting. 58 CSR 56, another Division of Natural Resources rule dealing with special migratory game bird hunting. 58 CSR 58, another Division of Natural Resources rule dealing with special waterfowl hunting. 198 CSR 01 from the Division of Rehabilitation Services, which deals with the Ron Yost Assistance Services Act Board. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the rules. I urge passage of the bundle.
The question before the House is shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 97 ayes, 3 nays, and 0 members absent or not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 216, authorizing Department of Commerce to promulgate legislative rules.
Are there amendments to the title?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the title. This is AMT number 13-1.
Question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Gentleman of the 35th Delegate Capito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
That is the Judiciary Committee title amendment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are there objections to that title amendment being withdrawn? There are no objections. The committee title amendment is withdrawn. Are there further title amendments?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the title. This is AMT number 13-1.
The question before the House is the title amendment offered by the gentleman of the 35th Delegate Capito. Those in favor of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question before the House is the motion by the lady from the 49th, that committee substitute for Senate Bill 216 to be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will please vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 2 nays, and 0 members absent or not voting. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate on committee substitute for Senate Bill 216. At this time, is there objection to the House returning to the introduction of resolutions? Chair hears no objection. Are there resolutions?
House Resolution 8, resolution to honor the life of Officer Cassie Johnson.
Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the committee reference be dispensed with and that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration and put upon its adoption.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that House Resolution 8 be taken up for immediate consideration, that the committee references be dispensed with, and that the resolution be put upon its adoption. Are there objections? There are no objections. The clerk will please read the resolution.
House Resolution 8, whereas Officer Johnson was a lifelong resident of the city of Charleston, West Virginia, a graduate of Capitol High School. And whereas Officer Johnson was a 2019 graduate of the West Virginia State Police Academy. And whereas, as a natural continuation of her love for animals, Officer Johnson worked as a humane officer for the Kanawha Charleston Humane Association, where she would find stray pets and bring them into the Humane Association. And whereas Officer Johnson would help get convictions in animal cruelty cases and help find homes for animals whose cases she was involved in. And whereas Officer Johnson had many pets of her own that she cared for and loved, including Emma, Gus, Tanner, Rascal, and Mama Cat. And whereas Officer Johnson was assigned to the Charleston Police Department, where her love for her community quickly made her one of the most likable members of the force. And whereas all of Officer Johnson's classmates at the West Virginia State Police Academy remember how much of a positive impact she had on them by her uplifting spirit and encouraging words. And whereas members of the Charleston community remember how Officer Johnson used her love of animals to bond with the community she served and to bring joy to all of those she knew. And whereas Officer Johnson continued her commitment to service and for her gift of life to the people who received her organ donations, and that because of Officer Johnson, a 50-year-old man will live the rest of his life with a healthy heart. A person near death will breathe again because of her 2 lungs. A man in his 40s will survive because of her liver, and a young woman can live without kidney dialysis. And whereas Officer Johnson will be forever remembered for her commitment to the city of Charleston and to the great state of West Virginia. And whereas Officer Johnson was shot in the line of duty while responding to a routine call in Charleston, West Virginia. And whereas, sadly, Patrolwoman Cassie Marie Johnson passed away on December 3rd, 2020, after succumbing to her injuries. And whereas Officer Cassie Marie Johnson was given a hero's funeral in the city of Charleston, West Virginia on December 8th, 2020, attended by law enforcement from across the state and county. And whereas Cassie Marie Johnson will be sadly missed by her family, friends, colleagues, the community of Charleston, the state of West Virginia, and all those whose lives she touched. Therefore, be it resolved by the House of Delegates that the House of Delegates hereby memorializes the life of Patrolwoman Cassie Marie Johnson, public servant, sister, daughter, pet mother, and hero to her community. And be it further resolved that the House of Delegates hereby extends its sincere sympathy at the passing of Officer Cassie Marie Johnson. And be it further resolved that the Clerk of the House of Delegates forward a copy of this resolution to the family of Officer Cassie Marie Johnson.
Chair will note for the benefit of all members, we are joined today in the North Gallery by Officer Johnson's mother. This time, would the House please make her welcome? The question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. A roll call vote on the resolution has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. Those in favor of adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 100 ayes and 0 nays. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the resolution adopted. Sergeant at Arms will please present the resolution. Members and guests may be seated. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 272 relating to West Virginia Employment Law Worker Classification Act.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. The gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Capito, to explain the bill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe we moved Senate Bill 272 to third with right to amend.
We did. Are there amendments to the bill?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Capito number 1.
Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? There are none. The gentleman of the 35th to explain the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When this bill came out of committee, there was a bit of an oversight that dealt with a specific tranche of workers that would be affected by this bill. Those workers are our direct sellers, which deals with kind of your direct makeup salespeople and other members of that classification. They are well spoken to in the IRS code, and so we felt it best to direct any sort of advisory or advice that we would provide with this law to be directed to the IRS code. So I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the amendment just explained by the gentleman of the 35th. Are there members who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, those in favor of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there other amendments?
Delegate Brown moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Brown 2-26.
Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. The gentleman of the 20th, Delegate Brown, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment simply would remove any reference from the West Virginia Human Rights Act out of the bill. I would reserve the opportunity to close and ask for the yea and nay, Speaker.
The question before the House is the amendment just explained by the gentleman from the 20th, Delegate Brown. The gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Capito, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment and urge rejection, simply because I don't think the amendment has much effect and could cause confusion, and let me tell you why. The Human Rights Act is included, and if you look at the amendment, it's included in several places throughout the bill, and the purpose of its inclusion in the bill is because in the Human Rights Act, definitionally, there are distinctions made between what is and is not an employee versus an independent contractor. So with the purpose of this bill is to identify a single test that we can apply to the definition of what is now in West Virginia if this bill is passed, what is an independent contractor and what is an employee. And I would note that whether or not an individual is classified as an employee or an independent contractor, they lose no protection under the Human Rights Act. And the reason is because in the Human Rights Act, while the employee independent contractor distinction is made, the Human Rights Act in West Virginia protects an individual. So in the instance that an individual were an independent contractor and that individual was discriminated against for any of the protected reasons in the Human Rights Act in West Virginia, that individual would still have protection under the Human Rights Act. So again, with respect, I rise in opposition simply because I think it could cause some definitional confusion, and we're not causing any West Virginian to be left unprotected by the Human Rights Act. Thank you.
Gentleman 20th to close debate on the amendment.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the gentleman from the 35th said one thing I do agree with, that no one may lose their rights under the West Virginia Human Rights Act. So you got to ask yourself, why is it even in the bill? If you look at the top of your bill in 272, it says a bill to amend and reenact 21-5-1 of the West Virginia Code by adding thereto a new article, and it refers to this piece of legislation we're looking at, and to amend and reenact Section 21A, Section 21, and Section 23. Now, why is that important? Because neither of those are the West Virginia Human Rights Act. The short title of this bill doesn't even refer to the Human Rights Act. It refers to the Wage Payment and Collection Act, which is 21. It refers to the Unemployment Compensation Act, which is 21A. It refers to the West Virginia Workers' Compensation Act, which is Chapter 23. So one has to ask themselves, why is this even in the bill? Are we trying to limit a person's human rights in this state? I'm certainly not. I hope you aren't either. And the chairman of the judiciary is correct that there is no distinction between independent contractor and employee in the Human Rights Act. It simply says that an individual can avail themselves to the protections under that act. So you ask yourself, what are those protections for those of you that may not know? This is the section of state law, at least one of them, that provides you protections from discrimination such as your age, your sex, your race, your religion, things of that nature, your disabilities. So if we want to make it abundantly clear as a body that we do not intend to take a person's human rights from them under this law, then we should pass my amendment. You know, I have many good friends on your side of the aisle that I respect a lot, and I've talked to you some privately, and you agree that we should not be doing that. You know, by definition of the Human Rights Act, our smallest employers in the state aren't even affected by the Human Rights Act. And that's because an employer is required to employ 12 or more people for 20 consecutive weeks in this state or within the calendar year from the act of discrimination. So by removing this definition, or this reference rather, to something that's not in the title, it would do no harm to the bill. I get what you're trying to do with the bill, is giving a uniform definition for unemployment, workers' compensation, and wage payment claims. I may not agree with it, but I get it. But I do not understand why the West Virginia Human Rights Act is in here. I think what you're going to end up doing is inserting definitions that are not needed into an act that provides clarity and protections for individuals. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for the yeas and nays and hope you would vote in favor of my amendment.
Is the demand for a roll call vote on the amendment sustained? Demand is sustained. The question before the House is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? The gentleman to 60th, Douglas Forrest, your vote's not registered. The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 26 ayes, 74 nays, and 0 members absent or not voting. Less than majority in the affirmative, the chair declares that amendment lost. Are there further amendments?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Capito number 2.
Does the gentleman wish to explain the amendment? Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. The gentleman at 35th to explain the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We had a debate in committee, a nice, robust debate in committee, and one of the issues that was raised, which I think was very legitimate, was a concern for your workers that are doing kind of casual work, mowing the lawn, painting the house, babysitting your children, things of that nature. And a technical reading of the bill as it was written or as it came out of committee might lend itself to be read, or excuse me, of the House bill, or of the Senate bill as it came over. We fixed this in the House bill. But as it came over was that a concern that all of a sudden I could be entering into a contractual or employee-employer relationship with someone who's seasonally mowing my lawn, or that I hire to do, a car wash or paint a house or patch holes in my house, whatever it may be. And so in order to address this concern, we walk through the entire step of the bill to see if we classify under this new law as an independent contractor or as an employee. And if you don't meet that test, we kind of shift your analysis over to what the IRS test is. And again, as I said earlier on the gentleman's amendment, we are attempting with this act to create a standard or uniform approach to how we define employees or independent contractors in the state of West Virginia. And this just provides those that are still operating in a manner that maybe some of the, our next generation or our gig workers or our entrepreneurs are operating. There's some businesses, small businesses, that are operating on a different level and don't have these contracts in place. So we felt it was important to provide what I'll call a safe harbor for some of these existing businesses and smaller jobs. And that's exactly what this amendment does, and I urge its adoption.
The question before the House is the amendment just explained by the gentleman in the 35th. Are there members who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments?
Delegate Young moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Young 3-2, number 1.
Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. The lady from the 35th, Delegate Young, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a simple amendment on page 5 of the bill. So what we're talking about is that for a person to be classified as an independent contractor, going to look in section 4. The person signs a written contract with the principal in substantial compliance with the terms. So the terms that we just went over and amended. All this bill does is strike the word substantial. I understand that we're trying to bring clarity and certainty to this law, and I think as part of that clarity and certainty, it should be in total compliance, not substantial. That could be beneficial for either party, really, if we have substantial in there, and that they wouldn't have to comply with all sections of the contract that they're both signing. So that's all. Thank you.
The question before the House is the amendment just explained by the lady from the 35th. The gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Capito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my friend and colleague from the 35th, I rise respectfully in opposition to the amendment, and for the following reason. We have the word substantial in there to be sort of a safeguard, which is subject obviously to interpretation, but to safeguard against kind of your Scrivener's errors, your administrative errors. I forgot to dot the I or cross the T, or I didn't check this box. And in that case, if you take a literal reading of the bill, if the lady's amendment is adopted, it's going to require, it could get that relationship into trouble, which could wind us up in court. So I respectfully urge rejection of the amendment.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. Those appear to have it. Those have it. Chair declares that amendment lost. Are there further amendments?
Delegate Young moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Young 3-2, number 2.
Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. The lady is recognized to explain the primary amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe this one will go better. So this one's same section of code, next page. So in this bill, we're laying out what all is in the contract, and there is a lot of uncertainty with worker classification. It's a huge problem, both federally and statewide. And so that's what this amendment is trying to address. Right now, you have to have that you are providing services. You're not going to be an employee, not going to be provided with workers' comp or federal or state not going to be obligated to pay federal or state income tax, and that you are responsible for the majority of the expenses that you have. This amendment just seeks to add a few more sections that lets you know that while you may not be entitled to these things under the state, you will still be entitled to them federally. Worker misclassification is a huge problem, and even though you're in an independent contractor with the state of West Virginia, you can still be subjected to all of these things federally. You still have to follow the Federal Labor Standards Act and the National Labor Relations Act. So this just makes sure that these independent contractors, when they're signing these contracts, that they know what they're signing, because this stuff is confusing. A lot of people don't know employment law. So that's all this is seeking to do. Thank you.
The question is on the primary amendment just explained by the lady from the 35th. Is there discussion on the amendment? If not, okay, the gentleman from 35th, Dr. Capito, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, to my friend and colleague, I must rise in opposition to the amendment. I believe that one of the purposes of this bill is to make a standardized, digestible classification contractual relationship. I understand what the lady's doing. I think she's got great intention, but I believe, again, at the end of the day, the folks that are entering into these contracts are most of the time, especially under this new law, are doing so with eyes wide open. We're providing them with disclaimers here that I believe that they're probably already aware of, and I'm not sure, quite frankly, that they're all accurate. So I would respectfully ask for rejection of the amendment.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the primary amendment? The lady with 51st, Dr. Fleischer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really surprised that we would not want to make sure people knew what they were signing. And the idea that everybody knows what they're signing, how many of you click agree on the computer when you decide to get some new app? People do not read these, and this is very important information. Plus, this amendment shows how we are not making things more streamlined. We are exacerbating differences between state and federal law. I definitely support the lady's amendment, and I think everyone else should too.
Are there other members who wish to be recognized on the amendment? If not, the question is, shall the primary amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Noes appear to have it. Noes have it. Chair declares that amendment lost. Are there further amendments?
Dr. Capito moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Capito number 3.
Does the gentleman wish to explain the amendment? Are there objections? There are no objections.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The amendment before you speaks to safety. And I think when we talk about safe workplaces, especially in a time of pandemic, I think it's worth taking a hard look. And so what we've done in this amendment is stated that just simply because a contracted relationship recommends or mandates that an independent contractor abide by certain safety requirements, that in and of itself does not lend to the cause that is an employee-employer relationship. So the example would be that you have an independent contractor that's been contracted to do work on, say, a rig, an oil and gas rig, and they have to abide by certain safety requirements that the operator has put in place. When we look to how the relationship between an employer and employee or an independent contractor is established, we look oftentimes to control. So is the independent contractor being controlled under the contract? Is the work being controlled by the person that's asking the work? And if we see too heavy of an assertion of control, then that can lend itself to an employer-employee relationship. So with regard to safety, we're stating here more clearly that safety guidelines are not going to be considered when determining that control factor. So I'd urge adoption of the amendment.
The question is on the amendment just explained by the gentleman to 35th. Is there discussion on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the Clerk will read the bill a third time as amended.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 272 relating to West Virginia Employment Law Worker Classification Act.
The gentleman from the 35th District Capitol to explain the bill as amended.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to establish a consistent standard for classifying workers as independent contractors for purposes of rights and benefits under workers' compensation laws, unemployment compensation laws, the Human Rights Act, and Wage Payment and Collection Act. And workers are presumed to be employees unless they meet each element of a four-part test that's laid before you in this bill, in which case they are classified as independent contractors. The worker must first sign a written contract with the principal acknowledging certain conditions related to their services. 2, the worker is filed or is required to file an income tax return for a business or self-employment for the fees earned from the work, or provides his or her services through a business entity. 3, the worker actually and directly controls the manner and means by which the work for which they are contracted is accomplished, accepts legal obligations. And 4, the worker satisfies at least 3 criteria from a list relating to the worker's ability to control their finances and behavior generally. It clarifies that workers' compensation, unemployment compensation, wage payment collection, human rights code do not apply definitionally to how we classify worker classification in West Virginia. And I would add, with the adoption of the amendment, with the Safe Harbor Amendment, I'll go back, if those elements, those 4 elements that I identified, are not satisfied, then that analysis is going to shift to the IRS code, where we will look for guidance there. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill. I urge passage.
The question is, shall the bill pass? The lady in the 35th, Doug Young, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield?
Yes.
Hi again. I got a couple questions about this. So does West Virginia currently have a lot of problems with worker misclassification?
I'm not, I think, well, you setting me up there?
No.
No, but let me say this. The purpose of this bill is to provide an updated modernization of our Worker Classification Act. We've heard from, I read an article this morning where Brad Smith was interviewed about his high hopes and that he saw for West Virginia. And I think this plays into this entrepreneurship movement that we have in West Virginia, because workers, it's more of a call. So to answer your question, I think it's a call to us to modify this body of law in West Virginia. So that would be my answer.
So what's the problem with what we're currently doing?
I think the problem is predictability. Right now in West Virginia, we don't know which test to use. Okay, so I think there's one of 3 or 4 tests that bounce around that are applied when determining classification, and this law provides a single test that's predictable.
I think that's helpful, because we absolutely do need some clarity, because as you said, it's incredibly confusing. Do you know, so will this affect the IRS at all, and is this going to change how workers are classified federally?
No, we don't have any jurisdiction over that.
Okay, do you know how they classify employees?
It's in the code sections laid out in the bill.
Okay, and talking about employers for a second, are they still going to be subjected to penalties if they misclassify workers federally? Because I know they'll follow this, which will be more clear, I get that, but they still have to fall under the FSLA and the NLRA, right?
I would think so.
And do you know what those penalties are?
I don't.
Would you agree that it's a pretty big penalty?
That depends on what your definition of big is.
That's true. And if employers only have independent contractors, so I'm thinking there are tons of people that are, I'm an independent contractor, have been for years. I think it's great, I love it, but I'm worried about people who are currently employees. Is there anything, if this bill passes, an employer can lay off all their employees and then rehire them as independent contractors?
Well, I think this doesn't become effective until the effective date, and I would think that any contracts that were in place would not be would not be interrupted by passage or effectiveness of this law.
Sure, but what about people who are currently employees and then once this is effective, their employer decides, well, gosh, I won't have to pay workers' comp or unemployment or any of these FICA taxes. So is it possible for, after this passes, an employer to fire everybody and then offer them jobs back under an independent contractor?
Well, it's possible, but I don't think I accept the premise of the question, because you're operating under the assumption that all employers want independent contractors as opposed to employees.
So why would an employer hire an independent contractor versus an employee under your question?
Loyalty, predictability, I mean, there's a bunch of reasons why I can think.
But isn't there loyalty with a contract?
Well, I think, frankly, I'm not an independent contractor, but drafting up one of these agreements seems to be that it would be quite, tedious in the first place to make sure that it's all correct. So if I've already got an established employment relationship, I don't have to necessarily have a contract in place. That could be an at-will employee. It could be any sorts of employment arrangement.
Okay. Yeah, that would be really tedious the first time, I would say. If people have just independent contractors, going with my hypothetical, would they still have to have all the federal labor posters, like in the break room, you see the posters, who knows what all they say, but basically lay out these laws?
I don't think it's my understanding that nothing in this bill would interrupt any federal guidelines that are in place.
Okay. And was the last amendment sounded like it was to cover OSHA compliance? Is that right?
I don't think it spoke directly to it. Let me turn.
It doesn't say it directly, but I mean safety, all that sort of stuff.
I'm sure some OSHA guidelines could be captured within that definition.
Do you know if OSHA guidelines currently apply to independent contractors?
Do you?
Yeah, they don't. I just worry about people who are independent contractors that could potentially be exposed to chemicals on a job, and they wouldn't know that those things are even there if they're an independent contractor, because they wouldn't have had to do any OSHA training or safety.
Well, I think that's the purpose. I mean, it's saying that any of these safety guidelines, I presume that those would be laid out before the independent contractor. And also, again, we're operating, again, under the assumption that these are like somehow unwilling independent contractors. I think that they're going into the job as an independent contractor, wherever it may be, because they want to work.
I'd say so, unless they were fired and then brought back. But I agree. I voted for the amendment. It's a great amendment. It is. We need to keep people safe and trained and good. So the next federal thing that I'm worried about is HIPAA compliance. Is there anything about independent contractors having to conform to HIPAA compliance in a job that requires that sort of setting?
Nothing in this bill would change the pre-existing relationship that existed in that regard.
But if the contract doesn't say anything about if you need HIPAA compliance, could that be a problem for people?
That would be up to the parties.
Okay, and my last question, sorry this is long, guys. Intellectual property stuff. So there's only certain sets where a creator owns their intellectual property. Does that affect this? If I come to work for you as an independent contractor and I make some really great art, logo, whatever for your business, would you own that or would I own that if we're in a contract?
I think that would be dictated by the contract.
Okay, but if the contract doesn't have to state that, could that be something that could be missed?
I think it would be dictated probably by the circumstances.
Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
The lady in the 51st, Dr. Fleischauer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge everyone to vote no on this bill. It's a terrible bill. I believe the real purpose and the impact is to take away employee protections that were established in this country in the 20s and the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. For example, protections you get when you're an employee, when you're injured on the job, or protections you get where you're an employee and you're laid off, and protections you get when you're an employee and you're discriminated against. When you are offered a job by an employer, It is not normally an arm's length bargaining situation. You are offered the job and you're told you have to sign a contract in order to get the job, and most people in our state are going to sign that contract, not realizing they are wiping out years of employee protections. I urge everyone to vote no against this bill. It is bad public policy for the state of West Virginia and for our employees. Just because you call them independent contractors, most of the time you're going to be telling them what to do.
The gentleman at 29th, Douglas Steele, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am congratulating the gentleman from the 35th for getting this bill to the floor. This is something that we've needed for years. As a business owner myself that employs a lot of people and a lot of independent contractors, I've wanted to see this bill for a very long time. What this bill represents is the ultimate freedom that everybody in West Virginia has, and that is the freedom to direct your labor, the freedom to be in control of your own destiny, and the freedom to not just engage in what you want to engage in, but also design your business to your life. There are a lot of people out there over the last year that have had to find ways to make it through a difficult economy. I have friends that are lawyers that have gone out and began delivering food of the evening. I have friends that are lawyers across the country that drive an Uber of the evening. Several of them, government employees, prosecutors in different areas of the country that go out at night and drive an Uber for a few hours to make ends meet. Is that a bad thing? No. That's the American way. We didn't get across an ocean because the National Labor Relations Board put out some great guidelines to help us do it. We didn't set up a settlement at Jamestown because OSHA was there to make sure we didn't cut down the trees too big or too small. We didn't make it across the Oregon Trail because the DOT had a lot of great guidelines for us to get it done. We did it on American ingenuity, American willpower, and the American spirit. That's what this bill encapsulates for me, is the ability to direct your labor, the ability for you to engage with a person, make a contract, and make a good business decision on your own. We've got to quit babying each other. People know how to read. We have a good education system, whether it's private or parochial or the public education system, or you homeschool. We teach our children to read, and we teach our children to comprehend a contract. What this bill does is simplify that contract down to its finite terms. Several things that if this is here, we give clarity to both parties to the contract. Whether you're the one making the contract or you're the one engaging in the contract, you know, based upon those terms, match it up with this law, am I an independent contractor? I need to set back my taxes. I might want to buy short-term disability insurance in case I get hurt. I might want to make sure that I put savings back for this occasion. It allows people and encourages people to take responsibility over their own lives rather than to be reliant upon somebody else. The greatest freedom we can give to someone is the ability to rely on themselves, the ability to take their own destiny into their own hands, and the ability to engage freely with their greatest product that they own, and that is their labor. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time, and I encourage passage of this bill.
The lady from the 35th, Douglas Young, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Guys, I forgot to speak to the bill. I want to agree with my friend from Raleigh that freedom is incredibly important and labor it's great. And I love the intent of this bill. This is a huge problem, huge problem here in West Virginia and nationally. I know it aims to fix the problem here in West Virginia, but my big issue with this bill is that it just totally disregards the fact that we still have to follow these federal guidelines. In West Virginia, between 2014 and 2018, there was $27.4 million in underreported wages because of worker misclassification. And that's federal, those are federal problems. This bill doesn't help the federal problems. The federal government needs to fix that. We know they do. And I love that we're trying to fix it here, but I worry what this could do for employers if they have all these independent contractors and then the federal government comes in and says, hey, those are all employees. And if you don't know what the penalties are for people who are misclassified, the employer's penalties are a $50 fine for each W-2 that they didn't file, a penalty of 1.5% of the wages, 40% of the FICA taxes that were withheld from the employee, and 100% of the matching FICA taxes. It's a lot of money, and it could really hurt people. So it's a great intent. I love the bill, but we can't fix something that's a federal problem. So thank you.
The gentleman at 36, Doug Barracks, recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind my colleague from the 29th that in many states, a lot of the drivers from Uber and Lyft have sued to become be made employee status. So a lot of these people don't really appreciate that. So I think we need to take that in consideration. Thank you very much.
Is there further debate on the bill? The gentleman, the 20th, Doug Brown, is recognized.
Real briefly, Mr. Speaker, as you probably guessed by now, I'm against the bill. And it's really not from, in part, it's from a business owner's perspective. And for some of the reasons that my other colleagues have mentioned here, I really fear that we're going to run afoul of federal law and put our businesses in West Virginia in a position that they otherwise would not have been in. I could point you to a case that involved FedEx, which was filed in the state of New Jersey, in which FedEx thought they were complying with New Jersey state law. They were sued. The ultimate resolution was about $2.5 million. And the reason that resolution came was because of improper pay under a state law that contradicted a federal law, the Fair Labor Standards Act. I'm looking at the article now, and it says, but state law isn't the only factor determining a worker's employment status for the purpose of wage and hours. The U.S. Department of Labor, it said, and that's who enforces the Fair Labor and Standards Act, that it considers more factors than a state, and there's been a shift to the economic reality test. So passing this piece of legislation, I think, is going to give our businesses a false sense of hope that they're in compliance, and they're really not. And you're going to open these businesses up to fines, fees, penalties, otherwise that they would not have suffered had we not passed this law. I can appreciate my colleague from the 29th perspective. We're good friends. I talk to him pretty often in and out of the Capitol. But I think we're setting our small businesses up for costs they just can't handle. So for that reason, that's the primary reason I'm against the bill. It's not because I'm a plaintiff's lawyer, think I can sue somebody. It's really not. I own businesses outside of a law practice. But me personally, I don't want to pay. I know enough about the law to navigate through this section of law, but I'm afraid some people don't. By passing this law, you may open up one of your businesses, your colleagues, to a $2.5 million lawsuit just because you passed a law that contradicts federal law. Thank you.
Lady in the 4th, Doug Zukoff, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone's spoken very eloquently about this bill today, and my concerns are with the workers of West Virginia. Our gentleman who spoke about this bill and freedom, it's very true. I've been employed as an independent contractor, and my husband and I both own a business, so I see it from both perspectives. I can tell you as an independent contractor, I sit down with my potential employee and I negotiate the terms of that contract, and when I'm finished, I take that contract to a lawyer to take a look at it to make sure that my interests are protected. We have a lot of people in West Virginia who are desperate for work. And if they are offered a contract and it's going to get them a job to help them feed their family, regardless of whether they understand this contract or not, they may take this job. And they've only always been an hourly worker. That's what they've done their whole life. And they understand that if you get hurt on the job, workers' compensation will pick that up. And that's important because that injury may harm them for the rest of their life to impact how they can provide for their family. I think this is really a push from what we have now. In addition to the private employer issues, I think it's a worker issue as well. And we can talk about people being sophisticated and understanding what that contract says, and I don't always think that's the case with some of our workers in West Virginia, unfortunately for them. But I would hate to see someone hurt and lose the opportunity to provide for their family because we passed this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the gentleman in the 35th to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Short title. I wish I'd gotten to the clerk before we put that up there. If I could rename the bill, I think I'd say Relating to West Virginia Employment Worker Classification and Modernization Act. I'm a millennial. Some of those who rose today are millennials. We're now considered probably not super young anymore. It depends on which bookend. I'm on the high side. But as many of you know who know me, I'm really passionate about entrepreneurship and innovation. I think West Virginia needs to start looking into the future instead of looking to the past. We learn from lessons of the past, but we have to leap into the future. And I would submit to you that the bill before you is many things, but one thing that I really do think this bill does, it addresses concerns from both sides of that contract. We've heard from gig workers, next generation employees, about modernizing this sort of contractual relationship, providing predictability. We've got a remote worker program that we're working on in West Virginia right now, and the gentleman from the 17th did a nice job all summer gathering data on this, talking to folks around West Virginia, engaging with folks out west on how can we bring people to West Virginia. Well, I can tell you the next generation worker wants predictability, wants the freedom to contract independently. They don't want to be an employee. They don't want to be an employee. They don't want that relationship. They want this independent contractor relationship. We have a generation that's being defined by this kind of notion of startup, tech. This bill speaks to that. This is an entrepreneurship bill. This is a next generation bill. And I mentioned when I was talking with my friend and colleague from the 35th about an article I read this morning where Brad Smith was discussing the prospects for West Virginia. What does it look like here? What's the next generation look like? And I'll quote him, and he said, "We are on the cusp of something." I agree. I hope you do. This bill's a step in that direction. Let's pass it.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 77 ayes, 23 nays, and 0 members absent or not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 272, relating to West Virginia Employment Law Worker Classification Act.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 277, creating COVID-19 Jobs Protection Act.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. The gentleman of the 35th, Delegate Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually surprised you didn't get an objection. I think probably the body's sick of me by now. But ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 277, we discussed this bill yesterday on amendment stage. We touched on some of the important pieces of it. I'll give you the high points as amended, and I'm happy to take questions after that. The purpose of the bill is generally to limit the liability of individuals, healthcare providers, healthcare facilities, institutions of higher education, businesses, manufacturers, first responders, and volunteers from certain claims related to COVID-19. The protections of this bill are meant to provide assurance and peace of mind to businesses that are reopening that will not expose them to liability while balancing the protection of West Virginians that are injured. It provides a bar for claims for loss, damage, or physical injury or death arising from COVID-19, COVID-19 care, or impacted care. It provides limited liability for persons like manufacturers, distributors, sellers and persons who donated qualified products such as PPE in response to the COVID-19 crisis from certain products liability. It provides similar protections for those people who provide household disinfecting and cleaning supplies or personal protective equipment outside of their ordinary course of business. The exception to the liability provision are persons that had actual knowledge, and we discussed this yesterday, that folks that intentionally harm someone with the intent to cause somebody harm are not going to be protected under this law with adoption of our amendment yesterday. It allows for workers' compensation claims, which was amended by my friend from Raleigh County, and the effective date of this bill will be, if passed, January 1st, 2020. Mr. Speaker, it's a summarization of the bill. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are the members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman from the 3rd Douglas Fluharty is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes.
I was going through the bill here, and it says that lawsuits are being filed across the country. I noticed that it said country and not West Virginia. Can you tell me how many lawsuits have been filed in West Virginia?
I'm going to give you my best last
you're holding
estimate, which
up
was
right
within
now.
24 hours. Okay, there could have been one filed today. I think it's about 6, but there's about 8,000 across the country.
6?
6.
You confirmed
6.
that?
Pardon?
Okay. You confirmed it was 6?
I mean, that's our best understanding, that there's 6 that are related to the COVID-19.
Okay. 6. All right. So it doesn't sound like they're being filed all across the state of West Virginia, but maybe the country somewhere. You mentioned the application of this, I believe, is January 1st. Is that the case here?
That's correct.
Okay. When was the first case of COVID reported in the state of West Virginia?
The first confirmed case of COVID-19, I believe, was it April or May?
Okay. So
March.
March. All right. That's about the time the state of emergency came out from the governor, right? So this is going to apply before an actual case was reported in the state of West Virginia.
Before a case was confirmed.
Okay. And it's going to apply before the governor actually issued his state of emergency, which was in March.
Correct.
Okay. And are you aware that today there was an announcement by the governor of 70 healthcare facilities failed to report COVID-19 deaths in the state of West Virginia?
If that's what the governor reported, I trust you.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Appreciate your time. Very briefly, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
So what we're doing now is using COVID as another excuse. We've used COVID as an excuse to close the Capitol doors. Now we're going to use COVID as an excuse to close the courthouse doors for our people. It's exactly what we're doing here. You heard the facts of the bill. It's not just about COVID. Kidding me? Applicability is before we had a first reported case. We don't have lawsuits being filed. He says it's 6. I believe it's probably less than that. I mean, you want to keep attacking attorneys. Don't you think they'd be filing a hell of a lot more than 6 cases? They'd be lining up at the courthouse with their briefcases out. Got another one, got another one, got another one. But they're not doing that because it's not happening. So who are you actually going to impact? People, your constituents. I know you guys ran on protecting the Constitution, but guys, there's more than just the Second Amendment. Keep on reading that thing. This is it's disgusting. You're going to let bad actors get away. You're going to hurt your constituents. It's going to be your family members. We know that 70 healthcare facilities failed to report deaths related to COVID-19, failed to follow the you-know-what guidelines. But yet, here we are, bailing them out. I'm going to support the Constitution. I'm going to support my constituents. I'm going to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there discussion on the bill? The gentleman of the 50th, Doug Garcia, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there was a COVID immunity bill that I could have supported. Would have been a fair bill, would have been a balanced bill. It would have protected responsible businesses and would also have protected our most vulnerable citizens, our grandmothers, our grandfathers. Yesterday, the gentleman from the 13th offered an amendment related to intentional conduct, to that exception where the language that was offered regarding actual malice, that's just when you intend, when somebody actually intends for somebody to get hurt. And often you will hear with the language of the amendment that was offered, which was about conscious, reckless, and outrageous indifference. That's what happens when people put profits over people. And yesterday, that amendment was rejected, and we lost the chance to make sure that our most vulnerable people do not get hurt by this bill. And yesterday, the chairman of Judiciary, he told a story. I think it was a very nice story about a bus driver smiling. And to me, that was a soothing story about the light at the end of the tunnel that is COVID. And I think we are all looking for the light at the end of the tunnel. And those people who have lost loved ones, they're looking for the light at the end of the tunnel. And even further, those individuals who lost loved ones because of bad actors, they are looking for another light at the end of the tunnel called justice. And so, to quote one of the greatest lyricists of our generation, James Hetfield from Metallica, so it comes to be that the soothing light at the end of the tunnel, it's just a freight train coming your way. There was a COVID bill I could have supported, and this isn't it.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the gentleman at 35th to close debate on the bill.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, I'm proud of the work that we did on this bill. We brought a bill out a couple weeks ago out of a committee. We realized that the bill needed work. That's what the legislative process is about. It's about looking at legislation. It's about trying to make legislation better, make it fair. Generally speaking, you know, the old popular notion that if not everybody's happy, you probably have something that's pretty good. And I can tell you, taking part in a lot of discussions, neither side of this debate is very happy. But I think one thing we can all agree on is that we're in the midst of a once-in-a-generation pandemic, something that we hope never, ever happens again. And we encourage all of our businesses. We have resolutions and bills that speak, open the business and do this and do that. But we're asking businesses to open without providing them with any predictability. And so this bill strikes what I consider to be a balance, a fine line between, as my friend from the 50th said, your bad actors and those that were really doing the best that they could. Those that we asked, that we frankly required to continue to run, that put themselves out there to take care of individuals, to keep their doors open, to keep us fed, to keep fuel in our cars. We asked them to do this without any assurances to them or protection. I think that's what this bill does, just to address particular concern that we hear. Injury that was consciously, intentionally done with an intent to harm someone is not protected by this. We know that. That's simple. But some of the examples that I heard today, when some of my colleagues stood up, said that bad actors will be immunized. Well, our amendment yesterday shows that bad actors aren't going to be immunized. In fact, we altered the definition of impacted care. So if there was a bad actor, we're going to look at those circumstances, and if COVID-19 didn't have anything to do with it, that doesn't change the law. That doesn't change the injured party's remedy. This is a good balance, Mr. Speaker. I urge the passage of the bill.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage, for what purpose does the gentleman from the 46th seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like a Rule 49 is what we talked about yesterday.
Yes, the gentleman did discuss a set of circumstances with the chair yesterday. It would be the ruling of the chair that would make the gentleman a class of 5 or greater individuals, and therefore the chair would direct the gentleman to vote on the bill. Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 76 ayes, 24 nays, and 0 members absent or not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 277, creating COVID-19 Jobs Protection Act.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the title. This is HFAT 3-10, number 1.
Question before the House is the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady of the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 77 ayes, 23 nays, and 0 members absent or not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 296, relating generally to repealing certain rules.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. The gentleman of the 29th, Douglas Steele, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to repeal 16 legislative, procedural, and interpretive rules identified by the respective agencies which are no longer authorized or are obsolete. The first rule would be a rule from BRIM that discontinued malpractice insurance because BRIM is no longer in that business. There are 4 rules from DHHR that, one of them went to the DMV. For a issue that's no longer relevant to them anymore. Another one went to the Social Services Manual, which does not appear in rules anymore. Another had to do with the operating rules and regulations for the West Virginia Commission on Children and Youth, which expired back in 1980, or was made in 1986, but that commission is no longer active. The State Child Fatality Review Team, that rule should be repealed because there's a different section of code and a different agency that handles that now. So there is still a child fatality review team. It's just not under that rule anymore. The Department of Revenue had 9 rules to repeal, one to do with emergency medical services, which is preempted by the Affordable Care Act now, the diabetes regulations, which House Bill 4543, which passed last year, repealed the authorizing statute of that, so that needs repealed. A procedural rule about dispute resolution, the rule can be repealed because it governs contested cases. That is more updated, so the rule's duplicative and should be repealed. The tax shelter voluntary compliance program, the authorizing statute is no longer in effect. The preference for determining successful bids, the purchasing division has authority to promulgate rules for administration of this section, so that should be repealed. The West Virginia Film Industry Investment Act, the film tax credit expired in 2018, making this rule unnecessary. The tobacco products excise tax on floor stocks, the statutory provisions listed in this rule are no longer in effect, and therefore the rule can be repealed. Residential solar energy tax credit, the statutory provisions listed in this rule expired in 2013, so that rule is no longer necessary. The business franchise tax, 110 CSR 23, the statutory provisions listed in that rule expired with the elimination of the business franchise tax in 2014. The Department of Commerce had 2 rules, one dealing with hazardous chemical substances, 42 CSR 04. That rule is superseded by the U.S. Department of Labor's rule on toxic and hazardous substances. So that rule should be repealed. And the Commercial Bungee Jumping Safety Act, 42 CSR 23, there are no operational commercial bungee jumping activities in West Virginia. And therefore, the department recommended repealing that rule and authorizing statute 2112.1. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and we urge adoption.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative. Chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 296, relating generally to repealing certain rules.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 338, creating Fire Service Equipment and Training Fund.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. The gentleman, the 51st, Douglas Statler, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The language in this bill is being reasserted into the code and concerns the State Fire Marshal and the Fire Service Equipment Training Fund, which allows the Fire Marshal to make grants to volunteer and part volunteer fire companies and departments for the training and purchase of equipment. This bill does not change the previously existing language relating to the fund in any way, but simply restores it to the code as it was accidentally deleted when this article was inserted last year. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that was brought before you last year and was passed. Some of the code was omitted, and they're applying for funds, and they can't receive those funds. I urge you to pass.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent or not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 338, creating Fire Service Equipment and Training Fund.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that Senate Bill 338 be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 2598, altering the definition of an above-ground storage tank.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. The gentleman, the 10th, Doug Kelly, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill changes the Above Ground Storage Tank Act. In the Act, under the definitions of an above ground storage tank, there are a list of exemptions being A through N. Exemption M states that the device having a capacity of 210 barrels or less containing brine water or other fluids produced in the connection of hydrocarbon production activities that are not located in a zone of critical concern are exempted out of the statute and its rules. This bill strikes the language that, quote, are not located in a zone of critical concern, unquote. The effect of striking the language is that these tanks, filled mostly with brine water, will not be governed under the Act regardless of their location. They will be exempted out. Under the Act, DHHR is responsible for mapping 2 areas of zones, the zone of critical concern, and the second zone is a zone of peripheral concern. A year ago, DHHR created new zones of critical concerns around surface water influenced around groundwater wells. These new zones are critical concerns, having caused the DEP to begin inspections and enforcement of storage tank rules regarding many of the 210 barrel tanks used in marginal oil and gas wells. The result of this new enforcement is that many of the small oil and gas operators must pay to upgrade these brine tanks used in oil and gas wells that are barely profitable now. Faced with these upgrades and compliance costs, many of these operators have expressed concern that they will either plug the wells or potentially go out of business. These tanks are already exempted out of the zones of peripheral concern. This bill is designed to exempt them from the zones of critical concern. The removal of the language merely expands an already existing exemption. Mr. Speaker, that is the bill. I urge passage.
Question before us is on passage of the bill. Are those desiring to speak to passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 67th, Delegate Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose the bill. And to best explain, I'd like to offer a little vignette. On January 2nd of 2014, I became Deputy Secretary of Revenue of West Virginia. And 7 days later, a tank upstream from us broke loose, and 300,000 people were deprived of drinking water and water to bathe and all kinds of other things. There were a number of people, including me, who became quite ill as a result of incorrect information about how to flush your pipes out after everything was considered all clear. The gentleman from Wood, who just explained the bill quite accurately, I think hit on something. The difference between peripheral concern and critical concern is critical. We must defeat this bill. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 19th, Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some notes that I've taken from our meetings on this, and I want us to try to carefully consider these things. 887 tanks are determined to be in the zone of critical concern. These would be affected by this bill. Only 12% of those contain brine. 77% contain a mixture of petroleum products and other pollutants. And I want us to think about the phrase, the zone of critical concern. It means that if a leaking tank sends dangerous pollutants into our waterways that are within 5 minutes to 5 hours of an intake system of our water treatment plants. This is very familiar because it's exactly what the delegate just described as the incident that put 300,000 West Virginians in danger. Water treatment only removes solid materials and kills bacteria. It doesn't remove dissolved materials or chemicals. And some of these hydrocarbons include benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylenes. Also radium, barium, and lead. I did a little math on some of the dangers of these things, and if you can imagine a 2-liter bottle, a 1-liter volume is about 1/4 of a gallon. And if you convert the milliliters into ounces, that means that 0.000175 ounces of benzene in 1 liter of water, or about 1/4 of a gallon, can cause anemia, decreased blood platelets, and increased risk of cancers. If you look at lead, 0.000005 ounces of lead in 1 liter of water can cause delays in physical or mental development in infants and children and kidney and blood pressure problems in adults, and there is 0 acceptable amounts of lead in our bodies because it remains in our system and it blocks chemical reactions. Of the 28 tanks that leaked last year, 24 were the tanks being referred to in this bill. Inspections will change from inspections currently occur from every 1 to 3 years. They will change to every 20 to 40 years of these tanks. And so we can go from 24 undetected leaks to 960 leaks of up to 8,100 gallons of each of these pollutants, and all will be undetected until they're in our water system, especially if they're within 5 minutes to 5 hours from our drinking water. One of the things we're all concerned about is business growth in our state. Well, that depends on good infrastructure, including safe, reliable water. And when water is lost for any period of time, revenue for restaurants are lost forever. No one ever makes up that lost revenue. And much of our tourism dollars come from water recreation, including rafting, boating, and fishing. I know you all have seen this. There's currently a Rocket Mortgage commercial featuring Tracy Morgan, where he repeats the phrase like this: "I'm pretty sure these hornets aren't the killing kind," right before the nest falls on a man's head. The commercial ends with this phrase: "Let's not be pretty sure, let's be certain." Well, I'm certain that 24 tanks in the zone of critical concern within quick reach of our water intakes occurred last year, even with regular inspections. And there will be another incident like we experienced in 2014. There will be one inspector for every 7,000 tanks. And there are about 280 leaks that will take place in the next 20 years. This is a chance to prevent a disaster. Public safety, business development, and tourism depend on it. And I know that sometimes, without a full understanding, we vote in here, oftentimes looking at that board to see how our colleagues are voting. Well, I'm asking today that this isn't a party vote. It's a vote for the safety of West Virginians, and I ask that we vote no. Thank you.
Gentlelady from the 51st, Delegate Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Temp. Would the chairman yield?
Gentleman yields.
Certainly.
Good morning, my friend. I have some questions from my constituents. So you said that mostly these tanks consist of brine. Is there any other pollutants that these tanks may consist of?
The other pollutants that you would find in these tanks would be basic petroleum products that also came up. Crude oil, there may be some other minute chemicals that would come up. The gentleman behind of you did name some.
So
but
let's talk about...
They would be very minute.
Yes, sir. So benzene was one of the things that the gentleman brought up.
Very, very, very minute, yes.
Very minute. Does benzene cause anemia?
I'm not a doctor, ma'am. I don't know.
Yes. And it also causes cancer. But you said it's a very minute amount of benzene. Do we have a percentage?
I do not have that percentage, ma'am.
So if we had a tank with a very minute amount of benzene, who would be responsible for cleaning up?
I would say the individual that owns the tank.
Would our public utilities have to come out to assist in any way?
Possibly.
Do we know if this would affect any of the residents that live close to these tanks in the public water supply?
There again, since the above ground storage tank was first enacted in 2014, there's been a total of 120 leaks detected from these tanks. Of those 120, not a single ounce of that material has made it into the water system.
So out of those 120 leaks, did it affect any of the residents of West Virginia?
No, ma'am.
So no ball advisory, no evacuation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know of any public utility companies that support this bill?
I don't know.
Have we ever had a leak from any of these tanks previously?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
These are, we're redoing the definition, and you're saying that we had 120 leaks prior.
We've had 120 leaks since the 2014 above-ground storage tank was enacted. Of those 120, no material has made it into any municipal water system.
So has it made it into any of the waterways affecting fish or aquatic life?
Anything that would have come in would have been under petroleum. It floats on top of the water. It's easy to clean up. You just put what they call a pig. It's like a dike, a floating dike that floats around it. You either vacuum the material off of the water, or you scoop it off of the water. It does not go down into the water. It doesn't dissolve.
So the material that you speak about, is that considered hydrocarbons?
Yes, ma'am.
Does hydrocarbons kill fish?
Not that I'm aware of, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 36, Delegate Barrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My first question is, where'd everybody go? Maybe we should do the vote right now. Can we do that? All right. Seriously, though, I'm very much against this bill. I was one of the people, I lived through the Charleston water crisis. I was here, I'm on the west side of Charleston. I'm about a mile away from the Elk River, so I'm at ground zero for this thing. So I lived through the whole deal. I know a lot of you delegates were here, but you at least got to go home for the weekend, and if you were at a hotel, you got to have, available bottled water. We had to make sure we could get bottled water, and we were very concerned about it. And I still know people who won't drink Charleston tap water. I mean, here we are 7 years later, so that's very serious. And we certainly don't want that to happen again. And I've got I just noticed a real pattern in this legislative session that we're cutting back a lot on oversight of everything. Licensing of contractors, medical professionals, and the environment. And I don't think that's representing the best interests of the people that put us into office. I certainly didn't run on that. I don't know of anyone who openly campaigned saying they were going to cut everything. Maybe I missed that. But we're trying to get rid of regulations. And that's the whole big thing. We always hear, well, get rid of regulations. Well, my definition of a regulation is a bill that you don't like. I mean, a law that you don't like. I mean, because regulations are laws. They were put there for a reason. They just didn't appear. And so these laws have been on the books for a long time, but now we're getting rid of them. And, we love laws. We're a country of laws. We say we live under the rule of law. We're law-abiding citizens. But when it comes to these regulations, anything, a law that gets in the way of something, oh, that's a regulation. We got to get rid of it. And, some of us like these regulations. In certain, not all of them, but certainly a lot of them are good. And I want to read a quick excerpt from an article that came out in The Atlantic a year after the Charleston water crisis. And this is a quote from a gentleman named Junior Walk. And he's from a coal family in this area. And he said, "My whole life, I've seen this pattern of industry being allowed to do what it wants in this state. My first reaction when I heard about it, the Charleston spill, was that this is business as usual for West Virginia. And then when it comes to the Upper Big Branch explosion, which was a completely different animal here,
He said, these aren't all isolated incidents. They're interconnected. The same loose regulatory environment that produced Upper Big Branch, that poisoned my well water growing up, and that poisons the air surrounding these surface mines every day, also gave us the Elk River spill. And so we're talking about, again, a pattern of behavior here. And he says the industry and its proponents in our government want us to... Pages are stuck. Want us to believe these guys are just a few bad apples, but these are all isolated incidents. Well, they're not. The whole system is guilty. And I hate to tell you this, but we're part of that system. If we have another spill because of this, we're all part of it. We're all guilty. And I hope we all raise our hand at that point and say who voted for it. Regulations do not necessarily, anyway, kill business. I mean, a lot of regulations are great. They may hurt the profit margin, but that shouldn't be our main concern, not at the expense of public health. And I got a quick story about how regulations help business. And we're going to go way back 90 years to 1931. And this was only less than 30 years after our first flight. But by then, we'd already had commercial airlines flying across the country. So this burgeoning industry of airline travel was becoming big at this time. Well, in 1931, a plane took off from Kansas City and was flying to Los Angeles. And in mid-flight, it completely disintegrated and fell to the ground and killed everyone on board. And which was a tragedy in itself. But what really made it big news across the country was that it was carrying beloved football coach, Notre Dame football coach, Knute Rockne. And you Republicans all know who Knute Rockne is, or was. In the movie, The Gipper, George Gipp was played by Ronald Reagan. So you remember all that, I'm sure. And but anyway, this plane literally fell apart in mid-flight, and it almost killed the airline industry, because people lost confidence. They said, well, if this is killing our beloved football coach, well, we're scared to fly. So they immediately set out regulations. The plane was made of laminated wood on the wings. It rotted and fell apart. They said, okay, we have to make these planes out of metal only now. They said we have to inspect them by the manufacturers, by the airlines themselves. And it led to restored confidence, which brought back the industry. It almost destroyed TWA, but they lasted for many, many more years after that. We had more regulations after 9/11 on how to board planes, on what you had to do because of safety. Also, because of...
Gentleman may state his point of order.
Are we talking about airplanes or storage tanks? Just a question. I mean, we stopped stories before, but we're talking about airplanes now, and I thought we were talking about above-ground storage tank law.
The gentleman's point is well taken. If the gentleman would confine his remarks to the bill at hand.
Yes, I will. I was just trying to draw a parallel here. But anyway, what I'm saying is that we need to put safety and people ahead of profit margin. Let's not make us the new Flint, Michigan. Let's keep us West Virginia, where we are known for clean water. Let's not scare. We're trying to attract people here and businesses and people to move here. We don't want to have a reputation of having poison water. That's not going to attract anyone here. Thank you very much.
Gentlelady from the 51st, Delegate Fleshour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk today as one of the people, and actually I guess we're in the minority now, those of us who were here on January 9th, 2014, that I want to talk to you about how proud I am, and actually I have chills, of how we all work together, Democrats and Republicans, to try to resolve that crisis. And I'm very proud of my colleague who sits beside me, because I knew that in my community, I had somebody who was an expert on drinking water. And I dragged him to a meeting at Muriel's, where we met with House leadership, and to Charleston several times to testify. And he helped me understand things that I hadn't been aware of, like I did not know about source water protection plans. I did not know that this valley had a source water protection plan that had been sitting on a shelf collecting dust since the 80s, that had never been implemented. It identified all the contaminants that were upstream of the water intakes, but then that was it. It just sat there. It had a whole plan for who to alert and what entities needed to be involved in a rescue or to resolve the problem, and all that was pretty much forgotten about. And of course, the federal government invested in plans like that for all of our communities. So there was one in Cabell County, there was one in my county, and there was probably one in every single one of your counties that was sitting collecting dust. And I'm really proud that we decided as a state that we are going to implement that. So we set up a system where our communities would plan to prevent future contamination. You know, we had contamination that took away the water from 300,000. And now we have source water protection plans. And we also are doing things like in my community, we're building a big dam so we have a secondary source of water, because we don't want to have happen to us what happened in Charleston, where people didn't trust their drinking water for months and months, and some of them still don't even trust it. So this morning I called my daughter-in-law and I said, what would you want me to share with this body about this change in the law and what you went through? And they had a 2-year-old, and like lots of people in the city of Charleston, they lived on a big hill. And people who lived here were told after a certain amount of time that what they needed to do was they should flush out their systems and everything would be fine. Well, the only problem with that is that when people did that, it flushed that chemical into their systems. And I said, what do you remember about that time? And she said, what I remember is fear. What I remember is that smell and how long it lasted. And I told her that we were going to be changing the law and that we would be allowing these tanks near sources of water where we are collecting the water for our drinking water, and that as a result of this change, instead of being inspected every 1 to 3 years, that they wouldn't be inspected they would only be inspected once every 20 years. 20 years. And I said, well, how does that make you, and I asked her about this fear. And she said one of the things that she felt was that the regulations worked. She felt like when we got together and we passed that legislation, we worked really hard. We had 6 committees that her fear began to ease, and it's eased a lot. Although I still think she is pretty careful about smelling the water and drinking bottled water. And in addition to these seldom inspections, you know, we know that these tanks are not just brine, they're not just salt water, they have carcinogens, they have benzene, they have a long laundry list of dangerous chemicals. And I said, how do you feel about that? And what she said was, how can you think that we could attract people to West Virginia if we changed the law like that? And how can we expect our young people to stay if you make those changes? And, you know, sometimes we say West Virginia is wild and wonderful and welcoming. I think we can take the welcoming right out of there. I want my family to stay, and I want them to have safe drinking water, and I think we should all vote no against this bill.
Gentlelady from the 35th, Delegate Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it's lunchtime, guys, and I know we've been here a long time. I'm not going to take too long. I don't even like speaking that much, but this bill is very near and dear to my heart. It's one of the main reasons I ran for office. It is the reason I became an environmental advocate. More times than not, I've been called a job killer to my face by a lot of people in this room. And I've been told that if this bill doesn't pass, that I'm going to kill some more jobs. That these well owners, they're just going to walk away, they're going to leave their wells, they might plug them, which costs a lot of money, so I don't think that's going to happen. They can't sustain the regulation. The last thing I want to do is kill anybody's job. Anybody's job. I'm an entrepreneur, I get it. Running a business, it's expensive, it's hard. I just want these people to follow the rules, the bare minimum rules. It is what we can demand of our business leaders. So why is this important to me personally? If you'll indulge me for just a second, I brought a prop like the guy who lives in the house across the lawn. So, see this? Look, everybody, look. See this guy? This is Milo. Milo is my son. He's 7 years old. He was born on January 2nd, 2014. It was the longest day of my life. I had an emergency C-section, and for the first week, we spent some time getting to know each other. Brand new guy. One weekend, January 9th, I get a call and a text that we can't drink the water. We can't use it. All we can do is flush. The ban was lifted after a couple weeks, and we could turn on the water, and we started using it for non-consumption uses. I was terrified, completely terrified. I was at home, I had stitches, I had a wound, and I had a brand new baby that I didn't know what to do with, quite frankly. Every parent worries about the first time they're going to have to protect their child against some sort of imminent danger. You think some big bad monster is going to get you. My danger was the faucet, so it was really kind of scary. And, one day I'm going to have to explain to him why he had bottled water baths for the first year of his life. His bottles were made with bottled water for a year until it finally wore me down, and it was expensive. And one day I'm going to have to explain that to him and explain to him why I was part of a government that could let that happen to other people's children. Now, I know that these tanks don't contain MCHM, their brine, and other hydrocarbon production chemicals. They say, it's just brine. They treat it with the roads. I don't know about you guys. I'm not drinking anything they put on the roads. No one should be drinking that stuff, period. The tanks hold 8,000 gallons of trade secret protected materials. We don't know. We're not allowed to know. But they're the tanks that are closest to our drinking water intakes. I can't put my constituents in harm's way for this. I can't do it. I can't do it to our children, to their future. I won't. I hope you won't either. So, Mr. Speaker, and all of you, if you really quickly will indulge me one more time, close your eyes. Please. I know it's silly. Please close your eyes. Okay, now, imagine. You can cook your meals. You can give your pet their food and water. You can wash your clothes, and you can turn on the faucet, and you can drink safely. Now open your eyes. That's our real-life opportunity right now to help people and keep their drinking water safe. The people of West Virginia, they don't want Disney World. They want clean drinking water. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 26th, Delegate Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my friend from Vice Chair of Energy yield for a question?
Gentleman yields.
You'd mentioned that none of the material from the tanks of the 120, you said there were 120 leaks, I believe, but none of that material had made it into the groundwater system. Can you tell me how you know that?
That was reported by DEP.
So those leaks were inspected.
They were.
And and in this bill, will it not do away with those inspections?
It will do away with part of the inspections, But keep in mind, these tanks still have a considerable amount of material in them that is of high value to the producer, and the producer is going to be inspecting these tanks on their own every day.
I don't think that's as valuable as the inspections that would come from the DEP, but that's just my opinion. Also, you'd said that we're talking about the possibility in that brine water of there being hydrocarbons. You agree with that?
Yes.
And you said it would be in very small amounts.
That's my understanding, yes.
Do you know how small?
I do not. I don't have that information.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. Yeah. Speak to the bill. The other day we passed a bill that, you can't claim the title of doctor. Well, I certainly wouldn't do that. But I can claim the title of biologist, and I can claim the title of chemist. As low as 1 part per million, 1 part per million can cause anemia. Anemia is where we simply don't have enough blood cells to carry the oxygen that's necessary for the functions that go on in the human body to continue at a level that keeps us healthy. So yeah, benzene will do that. My friend here to my right mentioned that, asked if hydrocarbons would kill fish. Well, gasoline's a hydrocarbon. It kills fish if you pour it in a creek, won't it? Even low amounts of it. We are not so different in that if we get this benzene or any other hydrocarbon into the soil, it's going to cling to the particles. And it's not going to go away for a long, long time. Each of us have probably been to Walmart during a rainstorm. And if you'll indulge me a second, parking lot's probably dry. But when the rain hits it, suddenly there's that beautiful rainbow skiff on the water. Well, that's the hydrocarbons, because they've clung to the particles of that parking lot, the asphalt that makes it up. And it's going to do it tomorrow, too, if it rains. And next week if it rains. And probably even next month and a long time after that. So these hydrocarbon compounds are not going away. Mr. Speaker, it's dangerous. It's dangerous to all of us. I don't live in one of these critical areas. My water is not drawn from an area where there would be a tank, but it is drawn from a mine, and if the materials in those mines were to leak into the water system, then my system would be as critical as those that were here in Charleston when the Freedom Industry tank leaked. My opinion as a chemist and a biologist is we need to continue testing, we need to continue inspecting, and making sure that the ground itself is safe so that when water does permeate it and makes its way into the rivers, and then as rivers and streams are collected to become our drinking system, our water systems, we better keep doing it. If you've ever visited a water plant, there are certain things that they'll do when that water is brought in. For example, they'll add some potassium alum to it, which will settle out all the particulate matter. Then they'll chlorinate it and some other steps. But they don't treat it for benzene, I don't think, or some of the other hydrocarbons. Most of the small water systems don't anyway. Western American Water makes, that's what, the biggest in West Virginia, I guess. My son-in-law works for them. He treats the water. I've spoken with him. Mr. Speaker and members of the West Virginia House of Delegates, let's keep the people of West Virginia's water systems clean. Let's keep them safe. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was here in 2014 with the collapse of the Freedom Tank. I lived in a hotel. I drank bottled water. I finally called the former chairman of the Energy Committee, who is a chemist, and said, I need to take a shower. Is the the level of contamination such that it would bother me. He told me that it was safe for me to take a shower, and I took a shower. I'm still here today telling you I'm a survivor. But Freedom Industry Tank of 2014 is not a brine tank, was not a crude oil tank. Let's draw that distinction right here and right now. What we have before us today is a bill that seeks to address the situation we face today. And information I received from the DEP indicates that in 2020, there were 2 what they call incidents involving oil and gas in the zones of critical concern. What I have also inquired, it caused no water systems to be shut down and no emergency to be declared. I rise in support of this bill today because there are other factors in play. As chairman of the Energy Committee, I have worked in the cooperation of the members of this House over the last 3 years. We have passed 3 different bills that will help to raise money to plug some of the 4,000 to 5,000 abandoned oil wells in this state. We may have those plugged in about a century at the rate we're doing. But it's better than the 2 a year that we're going to be plugged prior to that. If we do not give some relief to these operators, we're going to add several hundred more tanks where people are going to be going bankrupt and leaving us additional tanks to probably have to plug. In addition to that, on a human nature, many of these small, barely profitable tanks today are going to cause operators to not operate them at all, building up fluids in the tanks, building up fluids on the wells because they're not being pumped, and hundreds, if not several thousand families in this state will no longer have access to free gas with which to heat their homes. That creates a crisis for them. Now, there's been mention that the Department of Highways uses brine to treat our highways to keep them safer. That brine, once treated on the highways, washes into the streams. To date, there has been no water system in this state that I'm aware of that has had to been shut down because of the brine used on the highways that may have gone into a stream that's gone into the river in a zone of critical concern. Every day in this state, tractor trailers carrying all kinds of chemicals operate on the highways through the zones of critical concern. I pray they drive safely, but if there is an accident, we'll have to deal with that. In my part of the state, in my hometown, where I live, we have a railroad track. Those tanks on those trains every day carry chemicals that we would not want to turn loose anywhere, much less a zone of critical concern. I happen to live on the Ohio River. Barges going up and down that river carry various things, liquids in some cases, coal in many cases, and there's a potential for an accident there. So what we're looking at, in my judgment, is probability. There have been, in 2020, the information I received from the DEP, there have been 2 incidents, and that they could be minor. They would have made the news if they were major, in the zone involving oil and gas tanks in the zones of critical concern. Ladies and gentlemen, as this issue is very complex, we need to examine its impact upon everyone in the state. I believe the removal of this restriction on the tanks in the oil tanks, the brine tanks in the zones of critical concern is an acceptable risk that we have to assume, we have to take at this particular point in time. And I rise in support of this bill. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 37th, Delegate Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I applaud my friend from the 8th for getting up and speaking in favor of this bill. I was beginning to think it was just going to go down with overwhelming opposition since I heard so little in support of this idea of less regulation on tanks next to water intakes. For me, it's not a complicated issue. It's not a complicated issue. And I don't think it, of the people that I represent as an acceptable risk. I don't think of their businesses, their livelihoods, their children as something that we should be risking up here over several tanks. And let's just make one point here very clear. We already deregulated all the other tanks. We've already gone back and completely rolled back most of the Above Ground Storage Tank Act that was passed overwhelmingly, I believe unanimously in 2014, because many of the members, every member of this body at that time was impacted by it. So like the gentleman from the 8th, I was also here. I wasn't in this body yet. I was a pre-candidate, but I live here in Charleston. I live a stone's throw away from the intake on the Elk River at that time. And I also showered in it because I hadn't heard the news yet. And I also drank it because I hadn't heard the news yet. I washed my clothes in it because I hadn't heard the news yet. And like the gentleman from the 8th, yes, I survived too. You know what didn't survive? A bunch of businesses in Charleston and the surrounding area. What also didn't survive? Our census count, because people left this area in droves over this. Talk about bringing people to this state with a tax cut. There was the biggest mass exodus from this area happened because of the Freedom Industries spill, and we're going to go back and take the last bite of the apple and say we don't even have to, we can deregulate the tanks next to the public water intakes. We're talking about people's drinking water. So I know a lot of you came in here today, and I could tell by the body language that when we're talking about the area of critical concern, I see some of the concern is a little less than critical. But really, think about what you're voting on here. Think about what you're voting on here. You're talking about protecting your people's drinking water. And this isn't just about what happened back in 2014 with the Freedom Industries spill. You're right, because some of the stuff we're talking about is more dangerous than MCHM. MCHM is not a carcinogen. Some of the chemicals that we're talking about, like benzene and other chemicals that we're talking about today, they are carcinogens. We're talking about cancer-causing chemicals that could slowly seep into your constituents' drinking water, and you're talking about, that's an acceptable risk for what we're doing here today. I don't think it's acceptable, and I don't think the people think it's acceptable. If there's one thing we could do for them, it's protect their health. So I'm definitely going to be voting no. And you know, and this is not just about Charleston. First of all, that intake on the Elk affected 300,000 people. It was all over, like 1/3 of the state, you know, delivered water through 1/3 of the states, because so many people's water have already been corrupted in this state that they had to all go out of this one intake and run a trunk all the way into southern West Virginia to take them their water. So when you're talking about clean water, we're not just talking about Charleston. I'd ask you to, talk to your constituents in Minden about clean water. Talk to your constituents in Paden City about clean water. Ask your constituents down in Printer, down in Boone County, about clean water. So much of this state, unfortunately, has an issue with clean drinking water. The least we could do is vote this down. And I'll say it again, on the morning when we found out about the Freedom Industries spill and the news slowly traveled out, there was plenty of blame to go around. The people that owned the tanks, that let them fall into ill repair, and let that coal cleaner slowly seep into our water supply. The DEP, with their lax inspections of those tanks, which we're getting ready to make even more lax or back to what it was before that bill passed. If we pass this today, yeah, they were at fault. West Virginia American Water settled out of court on that case because they didn't shut the intakes and they pumped that chemical into our homes. There was plenty of blame to go around. If this passes, when it happens again, and I say when it happens again because chemical spills, unfortunately, are not uncommon events in West Virginia. When it happens again, it'll be very easy to place the blame. It'll be those who voted green on this bill. Think about it.
Gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and I'm actually listed as one of the co-sponsors on this bill, and I certainly would not have done that had I thought there was any danger to the water supply. Like everybody else, I have children, I have grandchildren, and I certainly do not want them drinking any contaminated waters. But I would like to ask this body, how many of you in here know the steps that are taken to ensure that these leaks do not happen? How many of you know the expense that is taken to make sure that these leaks do not happen? You know, we cannot and we must not regulate based on what-if scenarios and scare tactics. We must regulate based on facts. And I'm going to give you facts. I don't know how many of you have been to these sites, but I've been to these sites numerous times over the past several years. I personally have seen the steps that have been taken to keep the environment safe while still being able to produce the energy that we all need and use. I've seen the tanks that we're talking about. I've been personally involved with these tanks. These tanks could be made out of cheap steel with a coat of paint thrown on them. That's not what happens. These tanks, more often than not, are made out of aluminum. They're made out of stainless steel. More often than not, they have a tank inside of a tank. So, you know, again, folks, we need to regulate not based on what we hear. We need to base our vote on fact, and what I'm telling you is facts, and I support this bill 100%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady from the 4th, Delegate Zukoff.
I have a few questions. Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Are we going to be removing many of the steps that the delegate before me just spoke of with the legislation that we have before us today?
No.
We aren't.
No.
Okay. My other question is, I understand that DEP, I'm sure, testified. I wasn't in your committee, so the DEP testified before your committee about this bill?
They did.
And did they support this? Do they support this legislation?
No, ma'am, they did not.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from the 51st, Delegate Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my colleague from the 51st said a while ago, there's not too many delegates left in this chamber who actually voted on the Above Ground Storage Tank Act back in 2014. I was not a delegate then, but I did spend time here meeting with delegates, meeting with other stakeholders to try to craft a bill that made the most sense for the state of West Virginia. And this very issue came up in 2014, which tanks should be regulated. What level of risk should the people of West Virginia tolerate? And more specifically, tanks related to the oil and gas industry were discussed at length. Whether the existing requirements under the Office of Oil and Gas were sufficient, or whether additional maintenance and inspection requirements should be added by placing these oil and gas waste tanks under the Above Ground Storage Tank Act. And the difference between that legislative session and this legislative session, at least in part, was that there is a huge public presence in this building. Day after day, these debates were done in daylight with public input and public access. And like the delegate mentioned, the Above Ground Storage Tank Act passed unanimously in the House and Senate. That's remarkable for a new environmental program to pass unanimously in the state of West Virginia. Now, was that act perfect? Did it over or under regulate tanks? I don't think it was perfect, and it has been adjusted since then. For example, it included tanks that stored water for some reason. Those were removed. Different tanks have been removed in the 7 years since then, and it's been fine-tuned to apply to the highest threat tanks. And there's 3 ways for a tank to be considered a high threat tank and be regulated under the Act. The first is that a high threat tank is large. It stores a lot of liquid. The second type of high threat tank is a tank that stores the most harmful or toxic substances that are on certain federal lists of substances. And the third type of high-risk tank are those that are closest and upstream from drinking water intakes in these zones of critical concern. So there's 3 ways to be a high-risk tank. You're big, toxic, or close to an intake. And the tanks that this bill addresses, the purpose of this bill is to deregulate tanks that are closest to the intakes from the oil and gas industry, the conventional oil and gas industry. Now, when this bill was in Energy Committee, we had testimony from a couple of scientists who demonstrated to me, at least, that the substances stored in these particular tanks, the subject of this bill, do, in fact, contain harmful substances that are potentially toxic to humans, and that they will not necessarily float by an intake. Yes, some will float by petroleum products. A large portion of them do float, but not all of them. Some of these pollutants do dissolve in the water, and as the scientists testified, can be drawn into our drinking water supplies. Now, this bill, it's about risk. It's been said by different delegates on both sides of this issue, and it is about risk. How do you minimize the risk that there's going to be another contamination event? And the way that you do that with above ground storage tanks is you maintain them and you inspect them. And one way we know that it was appropriate to include these tanks under the Above Ground Storage Tank Act was due to the inspections that happened as soon as they became subject to that act. Because those inspections all of a sudden had to be done by people with proper certifications, certified in above ground storage tank inspections, or professional engineers. And what they found is that many of these tanks were not fit for service. These tanks that were regulated under the program that they're going to be put back into should this bill pass. They were not fit for service, and many of those were taken out of service. And hundreds, if not thousands, of violations were written against these specific tanks that are the subject of this bill by the DEP. This is why the DEP is not in support of this bill, because they know that the Above Ground Storage Tank Act program has the training that it takes to inspect these tanks and has the resources that are required to inspect these tanks and is required to inspect these tanks every 3 years. If this bill passes, these tanks are going to be pushed back to the Office of Oil and Gas. It's in the middle of a funding crisis right now that we need to fix, and that's a whole other matter. They're down to 11 inspectors. There's no inspectors in the Northern Panhandle at all. Inspectors are responsible for 7,000 wells. This is why the DEP does not want this program this bill to pass because it's worked. We've heard that leaks have occurred from these tanks and have not impacted our drinking water. That's a good thing. That's because this program is working. I've communicated with our major water utility in Monongalia County, the Morgantown Utility Board, and 7 of the tanks that would be deregulated are in Morgantown Utility Board's zone of critical concern, very close to the intake. Our utility board is opposed to this bill. It's not just those 7, though, because we draw water that comes to us from many county area. There's actually over 200 of these tanks that would be deregulated that flow toward our intake. How many of these tanks flow to the intake that supplies water to your constituents? Have you asked your public service district or your water utility what they think? This system is working. It's about risk. It's about risk. How much risk do we think is appropriate to subject people to? I'm not up here to tell you that if this bill passes, your constituents are going to get poisoned. I can't predict the future. But what I am asking on behalf of water drinkers in your district and across West Virginia, let's not increase the risk of contamination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 29th, Delegate Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. I want all of you to know that I admire the depth of knowledge that you have about this. I admire your passion for this, and we all have issues that we're passionate about. And when you're talking about drinking water, we're talking about these carcinogens that get leaked into the water at, 1 part per million, things like that. So, hearing from delegates like the delegate from the 51st, that clearly knows more than most people in this room about it. I'm not joking with you. I mean, it's encouraging. One thing that I would tell you, I'm equally passionate about other issues. And when you talk about these chemicals, you talk about the maresol, mercury, formaldehyde, leaking into the water at 1 part per million, 2 parts per million, 100 parts per million. I wish some of the folks in this room would remember that you take those same chemicals, you super concentrate them, and you inject them into your baby's arms to get a free and public education in this state. I want you to remember that. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 19th, Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make 2 or 3 more comments. And one of the things that I realize, this is one of the most important things in my young time in the House we've discussed. And I've just sort of kept a rough count, and about 38 members have, from time to time, or completely left the room during this important discussion. And it may be because they have understanding. I'm not being critical of that. But the phrase that comes to mind is, no one wants regulations until their own water is poisoned. And this is a preventative measure. And 27 of our 55 counties will be potentially affected by this. Nearly half the state, county number-wise. And 20 of these are on the Ohio River, from which Canova is downstream. And I used to be the mayor of Canova, and I have an understanding of water treatment. We had a water treatment plant. I understood their struggles. I understood the great work that those people did to ensure safe water. And it was a constant battle against everything from zebra mussels to chemicals. And they are fighting. We should not handicap those people with another potential crisis. But I urge that we think about this before we vote. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 48th, Delegate Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As someone who's qualified to perform these inspections that we're talking today, I rise in support of this bill. I rise in support of this bill for various reasons. I have firsthand knowledge of inspecting Tier 1 and Tier 2 tanks. I've inspected hundreds of tanks that we're discussing here today, and we've had great discussion, and there is absolutely some concern. But what you heard from a lot of people was that, immediately this body started exempting tanks, and it did. But you also heard that this bill was not perfect, and I would agree with that. And so we have to continue to work towards a more perfect solution. It did include originally potable water tanks. The very tanks that you're talking about preventing contamination, it included those inspections. You also heard that there were 24 contaminations. But what you didn't hear was that those contaminations were not found by a DEP inspection. They were not found by an engineering inspection. What the testimony was is that they were found by the well tenders who were regularly there. You heard that originally that many of those tanks were not fit for service. What you didn't hear was that operators had to make the hard economic decision to take those out and replace them with tanks of less than 1,320 gallons because those weren't regulated. They did not require an inspection every 3 years, did not require thousands of dollars to be spent. I enjoyed the work. It was great work for me, but it was not good for the business and not good for the people who were trying to run, entrepreneurs who were trying to run a business. We've also heard that this bill was working, but what you didn't hear was that there was testimony that said that they were not able to recollect any contamination of water source before or after that tank bill. There was also testimony that the exemption of these tanks less than 210 barrels would have negligible impact on the water quality, and I do believe that. Correlation and causation are two different definitions, two different meanings. The US EPA says that they strive to protect our environment without putting undue, unreasonable cost on society. And I agree with them. And I've done that research, and I know what I believe, and I'll be voting green on this bill.
Does the gentleman from the 10th wish to close debate?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your very passionate debate on this bill. Let us keep in mind that we're not just talking about one or two tanks. The state of West Virginia has more than 44,000 chemical tanks throughout the state of West Virginia. 44,000 of them. We're talking about 887 tanks. That is 2% of all of the tanks that we've got statewide. In those 44,000 tanks, we have things like isocyanate, we have MCHM, we have hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, and we have brine. There are so many different chemicals that we have statewide. And those chemicals, every one of them has to be managed in a different manner. Let's take, for instance, isocyanate. I don't know how many of you here are of my vintage, but a few years ago, there was a tank of isocyanate that ruptured. It put a cloud out. That cloud settled over Bhopal, India, and it killed 25,000 people. Now, we agree that that tank, or those tanks containing those kinds of chemicals, need to maintain the same types of inspections that they do now. We're not asking to change those inspections at all. MCHM is a chemical that comes out, it gets in, it mixes with water, and we can't stop that mix. We're not asking to change the inspection on MCHM tanks. We're not doing that. We're asking to change the inspections on brine tanks. The tanks that maintain salt water, brine, 60% of the Earth's surface is covered with brine. It's a smaller concentration, but it's brine water, salt water. Your body requires a certain amount of salt. We put it on. We put it on roads. We melt our salt with the same brine water that comes out of these tanks, and when that ice melts, the water containing that brine goes through the drains. It goes directly into the water system. The very water that your intake comes from. And we're not asking for anything that's we feel is dangerous. I demand clean water. I demand clean air. I demand regulations, but I demand fair regulations. And that's all we're asking for here. We did have a chemical leak here in Charleston in 2014, and there was considerable amount of discussion about a tank bill at that time. And the bill was passed. And that bill was passed under a crisis management situation. It ended up being basically a one-size-fits-all tank bill. We're asking for fair regulation. We're not asking for anything unfair for anyone. Let's exempt these tanks. There's 2% of the tanks that we have statewide. When we talk about oil and gas tanks, there are 27,262 tanks statewide that are oil and gas brine tanks altogether. 882 of those is what we're asking. That's 3.2%. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to be fair. We have to be honest about our regulations. We also have to keep these small business owners in business, and we need to work to keep that, make that happen. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill. Thank you.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 74 ayes, 26 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2598, altering the definition of an above-ground storage tank.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2674, relating to the administration of anesthetics.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 17th, Douglas Rohrbach, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we get started, I do believe this bill was moved to third reading with the right to amend, and I do see an amendment in the system, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Delegates Tolley and J-Pack move to amend the bill. This is HFA Tolley and J-Pack 3-9 number 1.
Lady in the 41st, Douglas Tolley, to explain the amendment.
The only thing that this amendment does is just adds a cross-reference to the Dental Practice Act in relationship to administration of anesthetics per their act. Thank you.
Are there members who wish to speak to the amendment? Gentleman of the 17th, Douglas Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see no harm in this amendment. It is a simple cross-reference, so I'd urge the members to adopt this.
The lady in the 51st, Douglas Fleshauer, is recognized.
Yes, would the lady yield from Nicholas?
Does lady yield for a question?
Thank you. Sure. So when you say cross-reference, right now we have a category of certified nurse anesthetists who would be permitted to do these procedures in cooperation with the physician. That's what the bill would do, right?
This amendment actually refers to the Dental Practice Act for dentists, and actually it refers to more so the in-office operatories and the requirements there. They already work in cooperation, and the dentist just wanted a cross-reference for the anesthesia permits that they're already required to have. So it just really...
So would this be for CRNAs?
They do practice sometimes with CRNAs in the intraoperatory or in the intra-office operatories. So this just does actually really kind of clarifies what they already do in practice.
Okay, it doesn't apply to the different kinds of dental assistants. That's what I was
No,
asking.
it does not apply to dental assistants,
Thank you.
CRNAs.
Thank you.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, clerk will read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2674 relating to the administration of anesthetics.
Gentleman 17th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before us, we have House Bill 2674. This bill seeks to codify the governor's executive order, which removed the supervision requirement of this code section. This section had required that the certified registered nurse anesthetist, or CRNA, had to work in the presence and under the supervision of a physician or a dentist. This bill, now before us, seeks to expand that to a broader standard, which is achieved by using the word cooperation. Cooperation is defined as practitioners working together with each contributing an area of expertise to the procedure. 41 states do not require CRNAs to be supervised by a physician. Only 2, West Virginia and Ohio, require supervision and presence. No state, including West Virginia, no state requires that CRNAs be supervised by an anesthesiologist. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Lady from the 49th, Douglas Summers, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past year, nurse anesthetists rose to the occasion of this pandemic and provided intensive care for patients suffering from COVID. In need of their help, the governor removed the state law requirement by executive order that these advanced practice nurses must provide care under the supervision and in the presence of a doctor or dentist, as the gentleman from the 17th said. In 1 year's time, there have been 0 complaints filed, none. A frequent question that many of us ask, he also addressed: how many states require this provision where you must be under the supervision and in the presence? West Virginia and Ohio, 2 states. The National Rural Health Association believes that removal of the physician supervision requirement would be consistent with the promotion of patient access to high-quality, cost-effective health care. The 857 CRNAs in West Virginia do that. They provide high-quality, cost-effective health care. They allow our rural citizens to have access to care locally. In my town of Grafton, approximately 5,000 people. In Taylor County, only 15,000 people. My local hospital hires 1 CRNA. No anesthesiologist is coming to Grafton City Hospital because they cannot afford the $400,000 to $500,000 salary that they would require. This way, my patients in my town are allowed to have colonoscopies, their gallbladders removed, their appendix removed, other procedures like that, because of these nurse anesthetists. Research studies have overwhelmingly found that CRNA practice without a physician's supervision is safe. In West Virginia, in 2020, 3 hospitals closed. 11 are getting close to that. Why do we continually forget about our small rural hospitals and what they mean to our communities? Why would we not want to facilitate an effective care model that has proven itself capable and competent to provide care to our citizens. The governor has recognized this through his executive order, and now is the time for us to recognize it as well. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Lady from the 41st, Dr. Tully, is recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the bill as well. In 1997, the Center for Medicare Services started the process to change the rules for condition of participation for Medicare by proposing an exemption for CRNAs from physician supervision requirements. The final rule, which came about in 2001, found lack of evidence supporting the need for physician supervision of CRNAs and actually gave states an option to apply for an exemption to allow unsupervised practice. Currently, 13 hospitals in West Virginia, CRNAs are the sole provider of anesthesia services. Allowing CRNAs to provide anesthesia services provides access in rural locations where services may not have been available, and it also does not adversely affect the quality of care and the safety of patient care, so I urge passage of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the bill? The gentleman 27th, Dr. Ellington, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the bill.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
All right. First, before I start, I'd like to say that my colleagues, nurse anesthetists and also nurse practitioners, have the utmost respect and appreciation and admiration for all they do, especially during the COVID time. They've all put themselves out there at great risk. That said, nothing I'm going to say should be taken as any disrespect to them. I would like to mention that the bill does seem to be innocuous. It just says that they would work in conjunction with a physician or surgeon, depending on what part of the bill you read, or a dentist that has privilege to do so. The unintended consequences are the concern that I have. And I'd like to mention that before you decide how you want to vote. I'm not going to suggest you vote for or against, just merely that you're aware of the potential consequences. Several years ago, when we expanded nurse practitioners' ability to go out and work in rural areas of the state, we did that with the purpose that they would go to those other areas. Since that time, a few did. The majority of them stayed in urban areas and competed directly with the primary care providers that were already there. That was an unintended consequence of that. It doesn't mean they don't provide good care. You look at your level of care that is being provided. It made it more difficult now for primary care physicians that would go through a 4-year medical education, 3 years of residency to come back and do primary care family medicine at an $80,000 or $90,000 job to compete directly for the same patients in that community with nurse practitioners. I'm not saying competition is not good, it's just you have a lot of those primary care docs start aging out and not being able to recruit or retain new ones into those areas. So that is a concern, and that's something that has been realized since we enacted that law several years ago. Concern for anesthesiologists is that we're going to have a hard time retaining the ones we have, much less trying to attract new ones in the future. Now, one of the practices that's been going on over several years, and that's what this bill will codify, is that a number of hospitals, as the majority leader mentioned, in rural areas, were only employing nurse anesthetists as their top level of care in that hospital. That was probably something that probably shouldn't have been going on. I did not agree with that. It is something we were trying to look at. But this bill would codify that. The concern there would be that if you end up having more hospitals and enabling them to go do the same thing, we're going to lose a lot of anesthesiologists. And that is a big concern because, you know, even though nurse anesthetists do a very good job and very safe in many cases, I kind of give a corollary. When we talk about bills in caucus, we say, this bill has this problem, this bill has this problem, oh, this one's an easy, not going to be anything. That's the one I worry about because that's the one that usually shows up having a problem. Same thing with surgeries. You could say, yeah, there are these complications here, or this problem here, or comorbidities, but the ones you're not looking at, the ones under the radar, those are the ones that cause you the problems. So if you're the patient under there, and things, when the matter hits the fan, you want the anesthesiologist there. So I just want you to think about that, because this unintended consequence is we're going to start phasing out our anesthesiologists in a small state like West Virginia. So when you vote, just think about what's coming down the road. So unfortunately, I do respect all those nurse practitioners and nurse anesthetists. I support a lot of things they do, but I'm going to have to vote against this bill.
Is there further debate on the bill? Does the gentleman from the 17th wish to close debate on the bill?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect to my colleague from Mercer, my fellow physician colleague, I might add, I might remind the members how it currently works. And I'll go back to one of my statements. No state, so that includes West Virginia. In West Virginia, we do not require currently a CRNA be supervised by an anesthesiologist. That's not a requirement. That is not in what is being taken out. So you say, well, how does it work? Okay, we heard testimony on committee from the chairman of anesthesiology at WVU Healthcare at Ruby Memorial Hospital. And he said they use a team approach. That's exactly what this bill calls for to continue, a team approach. So what is the team if there's no anesthesiologist present? The team is a certified registered nurse anesthetist in combination with the surgeon, each bringing to the table what their skills are. The surgeon's not an anesthesiologist, and I'll guarantee you the nurse anesthetist knows more about anesthesia than I do. But each bringing to the team their expertise. So right now what we have is in the rural hospitals that the gentlelady talked about, the hospital in Grafton. That surgeon now is, if there's a problem, that surgeon is being held liable for complications not due to the surgery, but due to the anesthesia they didn't know anything about. So I think, if anything, we're leveling the playing field here. So, but the certified registered nurse anesthetists are quality providers, and I would urge the members of this body to adopt this piece of legislation and to keep the team approach in place. Remember, this is a team approach, and we're not doing away with that. We're simply codifying what is currently being practiced in this state under executive order. Now, I'll close with the fact that you said, well, why do we even have anesthesiologists? To my physician colleague from Mercer, a lot of this is controlled and will continue to be controlled through hospitals' credentialing processes and committees. So why at the larger hospitals do they have anesthesiologists that have to supervise the nurse anesthetist? That's the requirement of the hospital. That's not the current requirement of what is being stricken or what is being proposed. That's the qualifications of the hospital. Guess what? We're not changing that. That will continue. The team approach will continue. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the members to adopt this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 85 ayes, 14 nays, and 1 member absent or not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2674 relating to the administration of anesthetics.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 2957 relating to the repeal of outdated code sections.
For what purpose does Lady before tonight seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was trying to gather your attention on committee substitute for House Bill 2674.
2674. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move it become effective from passage.
The motion is that committee substitute for House Bill 2674 be made effective from passage. Those in favor of that motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 96 ayes, 2 nays, and 2 members absent or not voting. 2/3 of the members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the motion adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate on committee substitute for House Bill 2674. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 2957 relating to the repeal of outdated code sections.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. The gentleman from the 29th, Douglas Steele, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of House Bill 2957 is to repeal outdated sections of the code. The first part that is repealed is an article dealing with the Governor's Commission on the Willow Creek Island disaster. The purpose of the commission was to look into that disaster and determine what happened during that construction incident. It was set to expire in 1980, and the commission did produce a report along with the federal government into the cause of that disaster, so that particular section of code can be repealed. The next is an article that dealt with alternative fuel vehicles that really expired around 97, 98. Was the last time that was really used. It was back when compressed natural gas vehicles looked to be something that we might use more. That really never took off. And we had testimony from the Secretary of Administration, which is what this article is directed at, that said that they haven't even looked at that code in over 20 years that really influences their purchases. The next section of code has to do with privies in state parks and other places. We did check with tourism, and state parks have no outhouses anymore. We do not have a state park with an outhouse, so there are no hotels or state parks with privies, which would also be an outhouse, so we could repeal that. The next dealt with sulfite use warnings. Sulfite used to be something that could commonly be found in salad dressings, things like that. The FDA banned the product in 1986 in salad dressing products and so forth, and we enacted this code in 1986 that required a warning to be put on salad bars that it had sulfite. I don't know about you, been to a lot of salad bars in my life, never seen this warning. Turns out this was banned in 1986, so the code is outdated. Mr. Speaker, that is the bill, and we urge passage.
Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent or not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2957 relating to the repeal of outdated code sections.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be in the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 2958 relating to repealing outdated sections of state code.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The gentleman 29th to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to repeal several outdated or inoperable sections of state code. The first being Code Section 10-110, injury to library property. We already have a law defining misdemeanor destruction of property in Chapter 61, Article 3, Section 30. The next would be 19285, which dealt with permits for existing farmer markets. There was a grandfather clause that ensured that markets opened in 1938 would be granted permits under the new standards established in 1939. We did check with the Commissioner of Agriculture, and unfortunately, we do not have any farmer markets that are still utilizing this exemption, so we could repeal that section of code. The next code section dealt with boom companies as well as drifting timber down a river. We did talk to several in the timber industry that there are no operational boom companies and have not been for some time in West Virginia. And we haven't floated timber down a river in a very, very long time. With the advent of the railroad and over-the-road trucking for timber, that's kind of gone by the wayside. So we could repeal that. Probably the one that will hurt us the most is repealing the 311512A, which established the National Horseshoe Pitchers Hall of Fame. The legislature created this code section in 1992 and targeted it with a completion in 5 years, which would have been 1997. And unfortunately, the National Horseshoe Pitchers Hall of Fame opened in Wentzville, Missouri in 2007, so we lost out on that one. With that, Mr. Speaker, that is the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are the members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 98 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 member absent or not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 2958, relating to repealing outdated sections of state code.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 126, authorizing Department of Administration to promulgate legislative rules.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2671, relating to financial exploitation of elderly persons, protected persons, or incapacitated adults.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2722, prohibiting the use of Class B firefighting foam for testing purposes if the foam contains a certain class of fluorinated organic chemicals.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 2852, relating to distribution of the allowance for increased enrollment.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on second reading? If not, bills on first reading?
Senate Bill 89, exempting certain kindergarten and preschool programs offered by private schools from registration requirements.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 295, relating generally to economic development loans and loan insurance issued by state.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2382, authorizing the Department of Environmental Protection to promulgate a legislative rule relating to ambient air quality standards.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2682, relating to the issuance of license suspensions to insurance producers and insurance adjusters who have failed to meet continuing education requirements.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2758, requiring the Insurance Commissioner to regulate professional bondsmen.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2763, creating West Virginia Cyber Incident Reporting.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2770, including home confinement officers and definition of law enforcement officers.
Bill will be advanced.
House Bill 2788, expiring funds to the unappropriated surplus balance from state excess lottery revenue fund.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2789, supplementing and amending the appropriations to public defender services.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2802, supplementing and amending the appropriations of public monies out of the Treasury from the balance of monies remaining as an unappropriated surplus balance in the state fund, general revenue to the Department of Homeland Security, Division of Emergency Management.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2803, supplementing and amending the appropriations of public monies out of the Treasury from the balance of monies remaining as an unappropriated surplus balance in the state fund, general revenue to the Department of Commerce, Division of Forestry.
Bill will be advanced.
House Bill 2804, expiring funds to the unappropriated surplus balance in the state fund, general revenue for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2891, creating minimum statutory standards for law enforcement officers.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2916, creating a semi-quintennial commission for the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 2932, protections for charitable organizations.
Bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on first reading? If not, leaves of absence, introduction of guests, miscellaneous business. As a reminder to the House, ladies and gentlemen, the House will be in order at 5 p.m. this evening for receipt of remarks by members. 5:30. The House will be in order at 5:30 this evening for receipt of remarks by members. Is there further miscellaneous business? Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, subject to announcements, the House adjourn until 11 a.m. Thursday, March 11th.
Are there announcements? Lady
Yes.
from the 49th.
Thank you. Two announcements. First, your Rules Committee will meet at 10:45 in the morning in the House Judiciary Committee room. Second announcement, the deadline for bill introductions is Tuesday, March 16th. If you'd like to review the bill before it's introduced, you will need to have the request into bill drafting by the end of the day today. All bill requests after today must be pre-approved and must be made by the end of the day Friday for Tuesday introduction deadline.
The gentleman of the 63rd, Douglas Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee on political subs is canceled for today.
The gentleman of the 10th, Douglas Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Finance will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the House chambers. The agenda is posted. Thank you.
The gentleman of the 13th, Douglas Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Education Committee obviously will not be meeting today, but Republican members, if you are free and you don't have another meeting at 3 o'clock, will be caucusing upstairs. Caucus with Republicans at 3 o'clock if you are available.
Gentleman of the 32nd, Douglas Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Judiciary will meet tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock a.m. in the Judiciary Committee room upstairs. Welcome home.
Gentleman of the 15th, Douglas Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Government Organization will not meet tomorrow. I repeat, will not meet tomorrow.
The gentleman of the 10th, Douglas Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Energy and Manufacturing will meet tomorrow, Thursday, March 11th at 3 p.m. in the House chamber. The agenda will be posted.
Gentleman of the 32nd, Douglas Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So excited, I forgot to state for Committee on Judiciary, the agenda will be posted.
Lady in the 49th, Douglas Summers.
Thank you. Since Judiciary is going home, I need to change. The Rules Committee will meet in the Education room tomorrow morning at 10:45.
Gentleman of the 31st, Douglas Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security will meet today at 3 o'clock in Government Organization.
Gentleman of the 16th, Douglas Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure will meet in the House chamber today at 3 p.m. The agenda has been posted. Additionally, your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure will hold a virtual meeting at 4 p.m. on Microsoft Teams featuring remarks and discussions with representatives and executives of Frontier Communications. The meeting can be attended by the committee members wherever they like, and the meeting will also be streamed via the legislature's website. In addition to that, members of the majority of T&I will caucus with me in the chamber at 2:45.
Gentleman of the 44th, Douglas Hannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Prevention and Treatment of Substance Abuse will meet 15 minutes after floor session today. The agenda will be posted.
Lady from the 52nd, Douglas Saipolt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Seniors, Children, and Family Issues will meet today. It has been changed from 3 until 4, so we'll meet at 4 in the Government Organization Room, and bring your computers. The agenda has been posted. Thank you.
Lady from the 41st, Douglas Tully.
Your PEIA Subcommittee of the Committee on Health will meet today, March 10th at 4 p.m. in the House Judiciary Committee room.
Gentleman of the 7th, Douglas Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Workforce Development will meet today at 4 p.m. here in the House chamber. The agenda has been posted. Additionally, Republican members will be caucusing at 3:45 in the House Education room. Thank you.
Are there further announcements? If not, the question is on the motion that the House stand adjourned at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Those in favor will please say aye. Any opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is adjourned at 11 a.m. tomorrow.